How long have I been muted? That's crazy. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Yo, 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 yo. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Athlon, I do not know. I'm not privy to any Diablo 2 secrets. So welcome to, I need to get a lot of work done for Maxroll. I have a great team of guys with me, but I'm kind of the only like full guide writer who's currently available. So I have to get a lot of updates and a lot of information out to the team. So we're just gonna figure that out. So basically there are new jewels and there are new Sunder charms. So build guides are going to have to incorporate these new jewels and these new Sunder charms because they're just better than anything else you would ever do. Every single build will use one of these as long as it is a build which does damage that it wants to scale. And they're better than Istrunes, so you will always use one. So we get to play the game of going and doing that. I'm Eric 5 on Abyss. Hell yeah, brother. So let's go. This one's easy. Okay. Makes sense. Let's go here. Can I rename this one? Icebow Amazon. Okay. Okay. Now, does this do this? I assume this will take a little bit of time to update. Want to be the 5th of March? Me too. If I say I already used Larzik, should I farm the level on normal or level an Ultimate Sphere before Nightmare? I have the runes and a broadsword from... but not the slots. Could you? You could just use your... if you don't come across a 4-socket sword, you could just use your Nightmare socket quest. Or you could try rolling bases with the socket Haradra Cube recipe. Delete. This one goes to Frost. And one of these goes to Cold Rupture. And it is Hmm. We have Infinity. I don't really have a lot of Cold Pierce. Yeah, so it's Cold Pierce. I mean, it was always going to be Cold Pierce, but still, it's important to check it out. Life. Probably faster run walk. And magic damage reduced by... Here we go. Primary skills are obviously going to be freezing arrow. They are going to be pierce and penetrate. Where's penetrate? Use penetrate. Oh, it's the other one that looks the exact same. Sure. Okay. Save that. Okay, great. The set build. I don't hate the set build. That's fine for now. And then, oh, let me go over here. It's like there's only one day a year that it's acceptable to put on a diaper and shoot arrows at people. It kind of sucks, but honestly, I like the restriction. I think society has a responsibility. After the 19-point demonic mastery, then I bow to summon 2 demons, then bow expires. The other demon dies. Your warlock disappeared? How did your warlock disappear? Been playing on controller. Yeah, it's not that bad until you try to menu or move like stuff in your inventory, and then I think it's pretty horrendous. The last summoned monster dies? I don't know that answer. You can make a test character and upload it and see what happens. But one of them sure dies. I would not run a build based off of bow will get you to 20 points. I would just put another point into Bind Demon. Or into Demon Mastery. We are filling out the build guide section pretty nice for Warlock. So we have the 2 leveling guides up, Abyss Endgame, Fire Endgame, and Echoing Endgame. I also already made the planners for Blood Boil and for a Pure Summoner. And you know what? Pure Summoner is not as bad as I thought it was. It's not good, and people aren't going to like how you play it, but it is better than I thought. What am I looking at? What? What is this? Oh. Oh, biddly boop. I understand what has occurred. Hold, please hold. I have done a stupid. So let's try that again. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, are you playing online or offline? And where did you make your last character be tech? Characters don't just go away, typically. Okay, so that's now accurate. Starter standard. There we go. Okay. All right, awesome. So that's all good. Okay. That build. Oh, you need like attack speed everywhere. Boop, boop. All right, just leave myself a little note. Okay, this one is good. On to the next guide. Oh, I should do this. Okay. So now, exploding arrow. Boop. Boop. Exploding arrow for the magic find variant should be the same. Oh, there isn't a magic find variant. There should be a magic find variant. Magic find on this build. I mean, it will need to have a magic find variant, but it does not at this time. Okay, this is good. Jab fend. Up, 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 up. Literally just doing a bunch of grunt work. Just here, what is your take on balancing the Warlock and the other classes? Lots of discussion on the Reddit. Do you nerf Warlock? Do you bring up the other classes to his level? Other classes don't need to be brought up to his level. The only build that is actually like outperforming what it should be doing right now is Echoing Strikes. People just don't really have an understanding of what game balance looks like in ARPGs. And people just forget that Lightning Fury Amazon exists, but we've all just been chill with that for the entire time. I sincerely believe that there is a massive overreaction because people just do not have like a fine sense of the relative power and availability. If you look at the tier lists and where we are actually going to be tiering things on Maxroll, the work is being done to update the tier list right now. I sat down with Jim to go through them all and look at what they should look like. Ladders start. None of the Warlock builds are in the S tier for ladders start. Many of them are high A tier. Fire Warlock for late game is in S tier. Echoing Strike is in S tier. The other builds are in A tier or below. For Ubers, Echoing Strike is actually at the bottom of the S tier. It's a very good build. But and while you can do it on a budget, its budget restrictions are much higher than the Smiter budget. Mirrored Blades, also very good because it works like Smite, but still not as easy to stack survivability. For density destroying, Fire Warlock is obviously pretty good S. Echoing Strike goes to top of S. And then the other builds are A tier and below. For elite hunting, not a single S tier build. It's like a it's a fine class. People like, oh, there's a single build that's strong, and elemental builds have easy access to being able to deal 3% damage to immune monster. Blizzard fucking hates casuals. Like, sincerely, when people kind of just calm down a little bit, they'll see the relative power of builds. And that's to be expected. That's just how that goes. What up, Caldus? Yeah, I've been on the subreddit. People are interesting. That's okay. It's in their nature. People don't have like objective understandings of things. That Azad is unachievable. There's a big difference between what you will farm on single player, what is actually best in slot on a character. And Azad is, at the time before this came out, Appa High Rune. So you would farm LK for like an hour and be able to get a Zod. Zod will probably jump up to... It's going to be overly popular. So it might jump up to like 1.25, something like that. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Everybody's just like, oh my god, this is way too fucking strong. Using hero editors and giving their character perfect gear. And it's like, yeah, most builds are very strong on perfect gear. Reddit, hey, fun fact, Reddit doesn't know fucking jack shit about video games. They just don't. I can't stress this enough. I was recently told on Reddit I was wrong about saying that a rare staff at level 24 that had +1 Sork skills and +3 Blizzard is worse than Spirit because, and I quote, you just want to play the same efficient good build. You don't even understand how to appreciate non-meta items. I'm like, no, this item is bad for a non-meta item. And then I was told it's actually good because it has ranks to teleport, so you get to save 2 points on your sorceress. Meaning this person intends at level 24 to not have a point in telekinesis or teleport on a sorceress build because they found a rare staff that has staff mod teleport. So that's Reddit. So they're having a great time over there. So here's the issue with Jab Fend. I think you won't be at the max attack speed breakpoint. No one wouldn't put a point in teleport at level 18 on a sorceress. If you don't, you are bad at the video game. Did I say it takes an hour to farm a Zod in LK? No, I said farm LK and you would have the trading value to get a Zod. Zod typically exists somewhere around 0.5 high runes. Zod will probably bump up in popularity, probably up to like 1.25, I would assume, because you can make Void and Obsession. Obsession is a good staff. Only the Warlock, only Fire build will use it. And then for Abyss, you want to make Void. You were 31 when D2 expansion release. Today you turned 56. How much of a relearning curve are you in? A fairly decent one. I would say D2R has like an amazing amount of quality of life and just made just about every skill better, and most rune words have like better options for them now. So you're gonna be like, you're gonna go, hey fellow kids, how are we doing? And you're gonna have like a suicide branch, and people are gonna be like, did you know you could do this? And it's, you know, insight in a staff. But no, insight in a staff is PD2. Hold on, please hold. You're gonna put an insight in a bow and hand it to your Act 1 mercenary. There we go, that's what I'm thinking of. And you're gonna be like, I didn't know I could just have insight on Act 1 mercenary. This is sick. But you'll get it. Is Caster Amulet Belt good for Warlock? Yeah. Would Obsession be best in stock for Fire? It depends on whether or not you want to be at 75 or 125. Mang Songs is strictly more damage. Obsession is better gearing restrictions, better magic find, and faster mobility. Paladin, the way to go. Paladin's a really good starter class. To be fair, you are top 10 Diablo knowers. Am I top 10 Diablo knowers? For Diablo 2, I would say I'm definitely like top 50. There are just a lot of like people who like know the inner workings of the game, like literally how the like text files are formatted better than me. And a lot of people who have spent a lot more time on endgame builds than I have, because I'm more niche in the builds that I like to play. But like, if you're saying at level 18, I won't put a point in teleport on my sorceress because at level 24, I have a rare staff that will give me points to teleport. you don't legitimately believe that the way that you're playing is the best way or a good way to be playing the game. You believe that you are doing something contrarian and you find it fun. My issue is when people conflate their personal biases and their opinions with things which can be objectively stated and believe that objectivity is something to, like, bemoan, which I find very weird. Is anyone at Maxroll working on a summoner guide? Hi, I'm working on every warlock guide. We actually will have a summoner guide. I've already submitted the planner. That's getting formatted right now. We'll also have a blood boil guide, which will be separate. The summoner guide will be a physical damage summoner. But yes, by the end of this week, every viable warlock endgame guide will exist, and I will be the person responsible for that. Ultimately, the people who are doing a lot of work right now behind the scenes to help make that as easy as possible are the true heroes. Jabfend. Jabfend also doesn't have a magic find set up. As an Uber setup. This is what I was doing, calculations. I think this just has to be re-looked at. $25. 60, it's perfectly at 61, Jesus Christ. So it'd be -1 frame. I'm minus res, faster recovery, magic find, life. Yes. Skill priority. I have to create skill priority too. Floating arrow. Magic arrow. Boop, 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 boop. Speaking of not getting teleport mech, I was looking at the Fire Warlock leveling guide and it didn't recommend or even suggest to get Blade Point. Not sure if that's something you stand by. That is an oversight. I've told them that they should add that to it. You should absolutely pick up Echoing Blade. And, yeah. Not Echoing Blade, Warp Blade. But stand by is a very powerful way of referring to it. It's whether or not you think people will just want to run or teleport. I always make teleport available if teleport can be available. Yeah, we do immolation arrow. Yeah, okay. Get rid of this. Immolation arrow. Valkyrie. Pierce. Jab fend. Jab fend. Bum, 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 bum. Doppelzahn. That's funny. Valkyrie, Impale. Lightning Fury. Lightning Fury. Thank you very much for the follow. PJ, and thank you Ziltoid, and thank you Paton. Doppelzahn. Nah, that's just Teo being funny in German, which I appreciate. So it is Lightning Fury, Charge Strike. Lightning Fury, Charge Strike. Lightning Fury, Charge Strike. You technically jab sometimes. Here's any minus enemy res. Yeah, that's still gotta be better. You're running Enigma. Lightning Strike, basically the exact same thing, except it runs around more. Will it be a Maxroll leveling guide if I want to go for the Echoing Strikes right away? Probably not, no. We typically only have one leveling guide per class because there is just a best, most easy, and efficient way of playing the game. And if you want to play the game harder, you can use the starter variant of the build guide. So if you go look at the build guides that we have, like, you can't start on Echoing Strikes, just bare minimum, because it's a level 18 skill, right? Or I'm sorry, it's a level 12 skill. So it's like, okay, suck really bad at the game until level 12, and then also not get that great at the game, because this thing has absolutely shit AoE clear. And you won't have faster cast rate, and it won't feel good. You can always go to the starter variant, which gives you an idea of like what stuff to aim for and where to put your skills, and just do this if you want to. But I'm not going to tell you go level on this build. You will have a bad time in comparison to Abyss or Fire. If Blizzard released a rumor that gave +1 binding in other classes, how broken would that be? How broken would it be? It would make elemental builds have an advantage in early game Terror Zone farming. It also wouldn't work because it would have to give +1 to Bind Demon and +1 to Demonic Mastery, because without Demonic Mastery you can't have a demon. Is Miasma currently the easiest because it's magic damage so far? Miasma is the easiest, Fire is the fastest. You just also have to be better at the game. Which you absolutely can be. Excuse me. This one also doesn't have a Magic Find variant. Although it should. Lightning Strike. Really? A Charge Strike? Jab. Okay. Multi-shot Amazon. Let's call this multiple shot Amazon game guide. Save. Move it to here. For standard. Would become Director's Stone. Save. I'll be right back. Oh, so. I'm scared of going fire because of immunes. Then yeah, you should use Abyss. I have to standardize this. Okay. Does Boazon use a Sunder Charm? Multi-shot use a Sunder Charm? I guess you can. Why not, right? Sure. You have to. It has minus res on it, so I don't even know what I'm talking about. Jimmy, thank you for the follow. Just use Abyss and Bolt. They pair together nicely. So if you're ignoring chains, you are operating at less than half efficiency. Chains does like 5x the damage of any other skill. I would highly recommend becoming comfortable with utilizing it. It is insane how much stronger chains is than every other thing you could be doing on the build. It's actually wild. But you are not alone. A lot of people do that. But I think it's because chains is challenging. Find clearing with it very clunky. You have to learn the art of throwing a chain in front of you and then running forward and letting monsters run through it to die. Abyss and Bolt on P3, I kill packs in 3 seconds, not an issue. Okay, yeah, you could just choose to kill packs slower with skills that do less damage. My statement is not undone by the experience that you have with the thing, and my advice is cogent. You absolutely can ignore it. You do not have to take advice just because it is accurate. This is not sarcasm. I just don't have energy to have a tone. You have advice on controller? I actually don't play D2 on controller, even though I have carpal tunnel. I just suffer. I'm sorry. Someone tested how much the plus magic damage stuff helped Hammerdens? Has anybody tested how much it has helped Hammerdens? It has helped Hammerdens a normal amount, I imagine. They already got a lot of off-skill ED from concentration, so it's definitely going to have an impact, but I don't think it's going to be that impactful. Found a 2-socket Tomb with +2 Abyss while leveling. It was pretty nice. Nice. That's awesome. Tome. I don't like the playstyle of Miasma. What level can I reasonably swap to Fire? You can swap to Fire at level 6. That's when you can take your first Fire skill. Phoenix is good for mana management. There's actually like a super awesome, like really, really powerful thing that you can do rather than sacrifice damage. You can put mana potions on your belt, and when you're running out of mana, you can drink them, or you can find something called a full rejuve potion, and when you drink that, it actually fully fills both your health and your mana. Jeff Lynch, if you're new to the topic, I am militaristic against the over complicating of solving mana that happens in Diablo 2 because people refuse to click their potions. Just drink mana potions. Can you do players 5 solo offline for more loot? Of course you can. New D2 player following your Abyss Loving Guide, have a question. The third item in the Act 2 gear checklist just says... the third item... Now we're getting specific. It's for the minus enemy fire res. Sure, you could do the minus enemy fire res. With the amount of negative res that you get to, that is less valuable on Warlock than it is on other classes. Still very powerful, but I find that using the Grimoire is just stronger. And people make too many excuses for Phoenix because they just don't want to drink potions, which is perfectly fine. But on a Warlock, you don't need Infinity on your Mercenary because you have a Bound Demon, so you should just have Insight on your Mercenary, and then you shouldn't have mana problems in the first place. So I'm anti-Phoenix. I am legitimately anti-Phoenix. I think it hurts people's expectations. Specifically the space item. Okay. Yeah, so here, these boots. I mean by the item boots. People are going to hear boots and think whatever boots they want. I need you to buy this base item boots. How do you activate player in a solo online game? You can't do it online. You can only do it offline. Yeah, no, people love Phoenix. People love Phoenix. I'm not confused why people love Phoenix. What I am confused by is when people are astounded you're not using Phoenix because you're using the raw power of using the potion system. Like, you don't even, like, people are like, well, you waste time picking up the potions, you have to pick up, you actually don't. Just as you're clicking, you will pick up potions as you run by. And it doesn't matter what potion you picked up. You can drink whatever potion you picked up. You will be better off for it. And I just... Enough random people on the internet have screamed at me that they can't possibly play a build because they can't figure out how to manage mana. And then I go, are you drinking potions? They go, oh, I don't like using those. And I go, okay. Then play a worse build, I guess. Saw a Reddit post where somebody bound a Pitlord from Uber Portal. Yep. The only issue with them is that they're not strong. And they spend a lot of time fire breathing, but they are immune to all damage. I actually covered that in a video I haven't posted yet. That's the other thing too, like, if you're playing Lightning Fairy, you can just wear Silk Weaves, and like, you are just fine. You put like a little bit of leech on a ring maybe. But regardless, you can't go more than 1 second talking about any build ever before somebody's just like, well, you can put Phoenix on it. And I go, probably not on my summon druid. And they're like, well, if you're just willing to teleport slower, you can use Phoenix. And I'm like, okay. Yes, if you're willing to play a worse build, you can use Phoenix. This is an accurate statement. This is technically accurate, the most important kind of accurate. But I am definitively anti-Phoenix. Killer Catfish, also thank you for the follow. I love sushi. Thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in, friend. Thank you, thank you. And that's a light pack. Oh, something in it, and I just write back. ASAP in it, and then it's a light pack. Oh, something ASAP in it. That's a light back. Oh, The bean soup theory? I actually don't know what the bean soup theory is. Who has ever seen a jeweler's elite base? These are actually very easy because you can just shop them. I buy like 5 or 6 jewelers sets with like either life or a hit recovery per ladder start. I never end up using them, but I just like having them. You just like check the shops whenever you walk by. But yeah, also, if you've never used, I'm not sure if you're like new to our guides on Maxroll or new to me, the creator, or anything like that. Multiple shot, if you don't know, we have gearing options, which will cover all of the different things that you can use in these. Like, here's a Twitch throw with, you know, 15 IAS in it. You can buy jeweler's bases, yeah. You'll get like Gothic plates most of the time. Like here's Lionheart. Here's Mavina's. Just want to make a treachery? Etc. So we list like, here's Death's Set. And Angelics, you know? So we recommend a lot, like here's Bariza, my favorite, my personal favorite. But like, I need to show people that you can get a max ED Fool's Mod, you know, multi-socket bow. Because if I don't, people go, well, technically speaking, you could actually have an amp damage IAS, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I agree. You know what? I absolutely agree. You're so right. Technically speaking, you have an 1818 min-max damage rare jewel. Absolutely. You absolutely can have that. I doubt you will ever find that. I doubt you will ever find this, but it can exist. So I do need to show it because it is possible. But yeah, what I do is, now I only start doing this in the latter season when I'm a little bit bored of being too efficient with the farm that I'm doing, and I want to try to hit it big. What you do is, like, let's say, you know, it's like fairly early game, you have a Harmony on swap, you're doing like Eldritch Shank Pendle, although I don't really do Shank, you're doing Eldritch Pendle. Going down and doing Shank is so not worth it. Yes, you get all the kills on all the other stuff, but it doesn't apply Magic Find. It's not worth it to me. But I go, you know, it'd be a little bit more fun than just starting here and running straight down. You know what? I need to sell the stuff I picked up and repair. I will go check Larzik. Okay, cool. None of them. But, we're getting life. I'll very quickly check to see if there's a 3-socket helm. Oh, I do my Eldritch. All right, I'm coming down to do my Pendle. Do a quick little scan. Nothing here. Also, always checking for 20 IAS gloves. You can check claws, but they're not worth it. You save exit. Come out. The thing is, so like when we think about like not being able to buy a jewelers of something, we're thinking about monarchs, but that's because the merchants don't sell monarchs. Boop, 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 boop. Very quickly check. You can typically, the faster hit recovery ones are also like, don't quote me on this, but like are a weird brown color, right?
What do you need?
Like here's 3-socket. That's not great, but it is artisans of DR, right? But yeah. What are you looking for? The 4 sockets? Is that way you can stand so fast? I mean, you just look and see if sockets happen, right? So like I do this. Oh, this one had sockets at all. And then you go back and double check. You just do like 2 quick paths. You can go a little bit slower. I'm also a speedrunner, so you learn to scan for specific things, and one of the things that you scan for is a 3 open socket kite shield and a 3 open socket flail in different speedruns, so. But yeah. So that's updated. Multi-shot is good. Multi-shot is good, right? I did it? I hold on. I did it and didn't just immediately forget, right? Okay, good. Then we have Poison Jab. That's also mine. Hey. Standard. Oh, it's actually kind of nutty now that we have the poison thread. The dual plague. Hell yeah, birder. Rotting Fisher. On the damage setup, we have minus 55, 75, 85. I wish you would still use one. Well, the answer is always shred. I don't even know why I'm thinking about it. File. The answer is always shred. I'm excited for the gold find Barb to be the only one who uses a different Thunder Charm. Faster run walk. Save. Damage. Yep. Assisting. Renewed. Okay, that's saved across the board. For standard, it is Plague Java. And then Fury, then cures and attack rating so that people know you actually need to hit. Copy. Oh, I also needed to public profile. Save. And I need to go to the shot. The profile. And I need to go to Ice Boa. That's already public profile. Okay. Go here. Oh. Check that's updated to season 13, and it is. Go updated for. And. Okay.
To understand how things are up here.
Thank you very much for the follow. John Bro, thank you very much. Are Ubers possible on Warlock with semi-budget gear? Mirrored Blades? Yeah, for sure. Mirrored Blades can do budget Ubers. Working hard on. I have a question about a mechanic might be misunderstood. A Defiler summon for my testing binds group of enemies together but not itself and not used, so the shared damage doesn't affect your, but rather works like a pseudo AoE. That is distinctly what it does. It makes it so that dealing damage to one enemy deals damage to the other enemies. And no part of it relates to linking it to you or making it so that you don't take damage. And thank you for the kind words. So an hour ago I was playing D2LOD on my old PC, which can't handle new requirements, and accidentally clicked Battle.net button to instantaneously install a new patch that I don't want. You'll be able to go back. You can do an install from a previous patch. Just save your character files so that they don't get like corrupted or weirded. I clearly hate Blizzard. Sure. Yeah. I'm sorry you were frustrated. 26 divided by 24. Anything new to expect from season launch? Fixes, balance patches, maybe? I am not aware. I would imagine. I can't imagine they walk in and they go like, all right, we got it in one, perfect. Here you go, everybody. Using depiler for reducing the damage you take, and I had to go back and check things out for yourself. Reducing the damage that you take. Are they talking about Blood Oath? Hey, thanks, Freebird. Are there any Warlock builds that don't feel like they're wasting time besides the Echoing Strikes? I can't imagine what expectation you have for build strength if you have played other builds and believe they feel like you are wasting time. So I'm not sure how to engage with the question. But Fire Warlock and Abyss Warlock are both very good builds. The Mirrored Strikes or Cleave build is like good melee builds. And then the Summoner and Blood Boil are like good elite snipers. Brave. Yo, what up, Pilot? That all the builds are overtuned. All of the builds are in fact not overtuned. The only one that is overtuned is Echoing Strikes. Cleave is fine. As a melee build, yeah. Like, as a melee build. I just feel GIMP compared to what I see Echoing Strikes doing. Echoing Strikes is the strongest build other than Mosaic Assassin, currently. So if the only thing that you care about is what that build can accomplish, then yes, you will have less output. But the builds are differently powerful at different things, and you shouldn't compare them one to one because they are just different at what they do. that is always true. Like, people think Barbarian is bad. It's the best class in the game at the thing that people want to do in the game, which is generate items. No other build comes even vaguely close to the power of the Barbarian. The shittiest Barbarian is the best build in the game, other than explicitly farming bosses and Ubers. But at generating items per minute, nothing comes even close to the Barbarian. But people like Screen Go Boom and don't think about the impact of Magic Find and attempting to farm for specific things. Am I gonna throw out a Cleave guide? I am. Cleave does need attack rating. Doesn't feel very warlocked? Sure. Yeah, the whole point of builds in fantasy is that we draw arbitrary lines for what we think is fun, and then we play those things because they are fun. That is playing RPGs. It's a role-playing game at the end of the day. If you're playing Soul Self-Bound Barbarian, it's much harder than other classes. No, because Warcry and Leap Attack exist. Like, yes, you don't get to teleport as fast. But Warcry and Leap Attack do exist, and then you can just churn out value at an insane rate. If you choose to use a build which must swing its weapon, that is hard regardless of class. That is not endemic to the Barbarian. So, like, if the statement is, if you choose to play a build which is difficult to gear and then ladder start with it, you will do worse than people who are playing caster builds, I agree. Saying the Barbarian suffers from this is not an accurate statement. Because Double Throw, Warcry, and Leap Attack all exist. Yeah, no problem, Fevered. Is going to be, does Blood Boil overlap in Shotgun? Does Shotgun. I'm not sure what Shotgun means in this circumstance, but yes, you have a Blood Boil proc from each one of your minions. But what does Shotgun mean in this instance? Do monsters run faster? I don't know. I'm not going to hit the final breakpoint, then. Well, no, actually, it's just changed what this is, right? Change this to Shackle. Socket. Save. Also This. Save. I really hope they don't nerf Echoing Strike into the ground. They definitely need to fix it. Like, if it's meant to hit and use durability, they do just need to fix that. And then that's not a nerf, it's just working intuitively. I have 3 minions and 1 target to DPS. I blood boil. Yes, you get 3 times the damage. So shotgun is when a single effect would generate multiple projectiles, and whether or not they can all hit simultaneously due to an effect not having next hit delay. That is what shotgunning means in Diablo 2 context. So you can technically say, like, does blood boil shotgun I guess. What does and does not work for cleave? Cleave is just swinging your weapon at the monster. It is exactly like swinging your weapon. You do not have to wonder what does and does not work. Do the monsters in terror zones run faster? I'm not sure. Does mirrored blade shotgun? Yes. In Act 2 normal, should you worry about gear? No, not at all. You should use the recommended gear in the build guide. Like, you should have a stealth on, and you should eventually make an Ancient's Pledge and a lore helmet. Yes, exactly. So people ask, does teeth shotgun? It does not, because that has next hit delay. Copy. Brave. Brave is good.
Yo, yo, yo. What's
yo,
good,
yo.
boo-boo? Missed ya face.
What up, Buddha? Thank you very much for the 18 months. Year and a half, boo-boo. Appreciate you. Still haven't found a soul rune, but didn't farm Countess and Nightmare. So there's this awesome monster at the bottom of the tower basement in Nightmare. She's called the Countess. If you kill her on players 1 difficulty. She has a really high chance of dropping a soul rune. But you also don't need to, right? Like, just use whatever you're using. Summoners, basically pure physical. Yes. That build is. I'm actually not even using Sigil Death. You can get real sweaty in Sigil Lethargy until they're low, and then drop Sigil Death, and I think get better clear speed. And without a macro of just constantly spamming between the two of them, I just wouldn't play that. I also just wouldn't use a macro, so I am just refusing. Just checked out your Abyss leveling build. Is there any plans for an endgame? Ready. I already got you. There it is, baby. Bada bing, bada boom. Get in there. Get your freak on. Look at all these fucking items I had to generate. By the way, everybody, this is done manually. I want you to know this. I need people to recognize how much goddamn work it is. Or I won't feel good. Thinking of going Blood Boil Summoner or play on console and it's tough to telestop mobs. How large of a radius does Max Blood Boil have? 16 yards, which is about half of the screen. Dude, Pilot's roasting you a little bit, Trev, on YouTube. Yo, what up, Hots? You noticed me? Thank you. Okay. Oh, Blade Assassin is mine. Assassino. Blade Assassin. Ooh, oh, Blade Assassin is fun. When I go to D2 Planner, is a way to automatically load up the standard itemized build for typical builds as opposed to inputting it myself. You can go to our build guide and then click that. So, like you go, the Abyss Warlock. I want to play the Abyss Warlock. D2 Planner. And then you just save this planner as your own. But if your question is, can I type like max IAS freezing arrow and this will just generate a planner for you? No. But you just go to that guide. We have every real guide for every class. And before ladder start, we'll have every real build for Warlock as well. If you don't see your build on here, it's not a real build. Heard it here first. MacroBioBoi. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's just fine. What's the percentage of players that play hardcore? What is the percentage of players that play hardcore? I would probably like less than 5%. The hardcore section is lackluster. This one ain't it. But like a more recent one. This was also a guide that was built in the old days. But like there really is only so much you realistically can or need to do to swap over to hardcore for a build. So on this build you can realistically hit, you know, max block if you want to do that, as long as you're willing to use an Eldrarune here. And then you need to make sure to swap out to boots that will actually cap your res, because you would sacrifice too much else without doing so. And if you really wanted to, you can always swap to a Crown of Ages. And then that's like the things you would do to feel more hardcore. You can't suggest to use the same skills on hardcore, can't suggest the same merc. You absolutely can. So the game's not different when you play on hardcore, it's just if you die one time, you have to start over. But the game isn't mechanically different. Like, this build doesn't have other skills to use when playing on hardcore. End of statement? Like, you can choose to super hamstring your build and, like, max dump into Blood Oath. I wouldn't, because you shouldn't be dying, because you should be able to play the build well, but you can do that. But you don't need to have a competent amount of survivability. Like, you already have access to lethargy. If you are afraid, use lethargy instead of sigil death. This is more damage, this is more control. But the build still already has access to the skill regardless. So, like, you absolutely should be using the same mercenary on hardcore. You absolutely should be using the same skills. You absolutely should be using competent gear. You can just choose to make yourself weaker to have more survivability. There is this weird... Like, there are builds which you shouldn't play on hardcore. Or you should, you know, be strong for father and run it, right? Multi-shot Amazon is a horrible hardcore build. And to make it quote-unquote hardcore viable, you would need to sacrifice so much damage. This build is literally non-functional in the competent farming strategies that it otherwise would employ. But you can do it. Or you could just run the build, because dying in softcore is efficiency loss. There's this myth that, like, dying in softcore doesn't matter. Of course it does. It's efficiency loss. So builds are structured to be competent in the content within which they are recommended. You can just choose to play safer and slower. If I get devs to change one thing before the launch, what would it be? Nothing. But like Lightning Fury, you know, Lightning Fury Amazon isn't going to stop using Infinity on an Act 2 mercenary. What I enjoy simultaneously about a lot of the interactions that I have when it relates to hardcore. Hardcore is supposedly where the true gamers go to game and to be the best at game. But simultaneously want a specialized build to be made where it's effectively impossible to die. And then my question is, but how is that an expression of game skill? If the only net result is you play a build safer and less efficient, then what was the point of hardcore in the first place? And I think that there's like a dissonance. Between these two realities. Yeah, you just don't have to do any of that, bro bike. Like, yes, you can do all of these things. You just don't have to. Because your character wouldn't die without those things. Unless you are playing the build incorrectly. I actually disagree with the idea that you should play a build differently in hardcore at all. But I don't think people are ready for that conversation. Now, see, here's a build that uses Phoenix because it's best in slot. Well, you don't play hardcore then? No, I do. Yeah, please do not, please do not believe that you know me because I have an opinion which is different from yours, even though we have both experienced the same game mode. I have multiple speedruns where my hardcore time is actually better than my softcore time. In a game where you can literally pause the game by hitting escape, or have an auto macro set up for a save exit, hardcore is just not real. Looks like power creep will be hitting D2 on levels we have never quite seen. No, that is not an accurate representation of the amount of power that the Warlock has experienced. Unless you're saying that Sunder Charms are now stronger and Jewels are now stronger, in which case, yes, that is accurate. Uba. Then you don't play hardcore. See, again, it's like the weird elitism. It's like, if you know so much about it, why do you need me to educate you on how to do it? You know what I mean when I say, like, I never use escape. Okay. You've... All right. They've never saved and exited. I guess I am too much of an elitist. What can you do? What can you do? Adding more to the guide, that's it? Sure. In places where I feel like the player needs more information, I provide that information. I don't think the build has 19 more points. Also, there is an over-reliance on prayer cure and meditation aura. It's just like not that good. It's just like not that good in most circumstances. And you doing more damage and killing the monsters first would have been safer than you slightly minimizing the poison damage applied to you. Or just like walking away from an Oblivion Knight. Again, there are things which you can do to make yourself tankier that will negatively impact your build. And it is not a given that tankier is always the best play in hardcore. How do we shred Fizz? On which thing? Spoiler. It's good on an energy shield build for sure. But that's only because of the unique interaction between poison. For a summoner, we don't. Yeah. The build is focusing... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, on summoner. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about Blood Boil. Lethargy. Lethargy is insane. Damage taken increase is a reduction of physical resistance. Have fun? Yeah, have a good one. Here. Sure. Yeah. I actually don't think that the build really needs it. It is like multiple overlapping AoE. But you can do that. It's not a terrible idea. Okay, so here's the problem. Here's the problem. See, here's the problem. For Mirror Blade, you mentioned some calculation for Crushing Blow. Do you remember what it was? It has reduced effectiveness on Crushing Blow because it hits 5 times. It's in the game files. I don't know it offhand. Excuse me. Dual Plagued Act 5 Merc is a go-to instead of Prayer Cure Merc. Dual Plague has a use case, yeah. I really only find it's relevant on... it's really only relevant on builds which can't self-wield Infinity and also... Or, I'm sorry. It is only relevant on self-wield Infinity lightning builds and or non-lightning builds like Poison. But you can just run it. You can just run Cleansing Aura. Cleansing Aura is cool. Does she lower defense curse work on monsters? They do cast their curses, but they are random and very infrequently. But they do cast their curses. They can also cast blood curse, blood mana. We're not all the same. I don't think of people as hardcore people. I think of shitty elitists as shitty elitists. When I look at somebody, I don't know that they explicitly play on hardcore difficulty and find meaning in that. Don't know how well blood mana would work. Monsters do not have mana, and they don't use mana to cast things. Hence why the Succubi. Riv put Sunder Charm mods? Yes. Yeah, I'm adding those. So here's the thing. This build just needs a new circlet. I guess I can detail that. New circlet. To assassin. Oh, but then that means that we would have better teleport frames as well. I can't feel your aura? No, I can't. Yes. Yeah, so part of the part of this update here, this is the set of stats that the charm will have to have. I'm detailing that here as well. FCR breakpoint. That does mean you could, well, you would want to use this anyways. That means you could drop. Yeah, you just wouldn't need a Castercraft amulet. Would that let you do anything different? You'd get more magic find. So for this one then, we won't go crazy. We'll do run walk to socketed. All resistance. Telekinesis. And magic finds? I mean strength, but we'll do strength, sure. There we go. Add prime replace any. Then this will be thank you for updating all the detour stuff in Maxroll. Yeah, it's my pleasure. It's also my job, but it is my pleasure. Yeah, we'll do hit recovery here. That's fine. And then, and then for Dragon Tail, this is going to be Dragon Tail. It's Tiger Strike. Tiger Strike. That Sentry. I guess Shadow Warrior. For speed running, how does community deal with teleport staffs? Do you still have to shop them for each run? What if it's take 50 minutes one run versus 1 minute versus another one to shop one? then your run took 15 minutes to shop or teleport stuff. The magic find setup, yeah, that's any. Okay. Damn, Teo wrote all these goddamn assassin guides. I will die. A Dragon Talon. We need the attack speed. Can we get away with 10 attack speed on... Can we get away with 10 attack speed? So for attack speed, we are at 57. So we can. Belt changes to Nosferatu's. Okay. So, for Dragon Talon, it is Protector Stone. Helmet. Swap belt to Nosferatu's unique belt and replace helm. Socket. Yes. Oh, this doesn't have an Uber's variant? Oh, this... Yeah, I mean, Kixen is for Ubers. Oh, something weird is happening with the stream. Please hold. Internet is freaking out. Oh, I'm probably a slideshow right now. Dear Internet, calm down. Hello? Alright, we should be better now. Makes it inherently weaker than Nova or Hammers. It's not inherently weaker than Nova or Hammers. In similar farming strategies, Trapsin is worse, but Trapsin shouldn't be farming in the way that Nova does or Hammer. Hammer is much more an elite sniper, and Nova to a lesser degree is much more an elite sniper, and then like a density destroyer on like P3 to P5-ish. You can't do P8, you just shouldn't be, but people do it anyways because they don't understand relative build strength. But where Trapsin is very strong is in density destruction in areas where you don't need teleport for mobility. So, also, Trapsin is just generally very good in terror zones because they have access to 3 damage types, which makes them very strong. Like, you're not just going to be piloting a Nova Sorceress day 2 because you're literally not even going to have seen a Sunder Charm. Trapsin doesn't need a Sunder Charm because it has lightning, fire, and physical damage. Yes, at the top end, a Nova Sorceress will outperform a Trapsin, A Hammered in circumstances will also outperform a Trapsin. But builds are not one-to-one comparable as far as strength is concerned in D2. That's why it's a good game. Yeah, my internet just like spiked crazy huge for a while. I was getting like 12K upload. It's not about single target DPS. I never said single target DPS. But it's about lack of agency, extra DPS from setting traps, and then starting the attack. This called my experience of playing mostly P1. Yeah, so you have a very poor set of data to be able to comparably apply the relative strength of builds, because Trapsin is much better than a P1 build. And yes, it has wind-up time. That being said, it just feels slower because there's a wind-up time, but most skills have a wind-up time. Hammered In has a wind-up time, quite literally a wind-up time. Shooting out one hammer does not kill things. Shooting out 3 or 4 hammers does, but you feel like you're doing it very fast because you telestomp and then do that. But you are sitting there casting 4 hammers, whereas a Trapsin has already moved past the monsters it wants to kill and then they die. They're different. If I was playing on P1, I would play Wake of Fire. Because Wake of Fire is a lot faster than Lightning and has much larger area clear. But our experience of a thing does not change its objective comparative strength and value as far as farming strategies are concerned. That's another reason why Diablo 2 is just very good. Quite frankly, the reason why Diablo 2 is a good ARPG is because each build is differently powerful in meaningful ways and lend themselves to unique farming strategies that allow them to be niche. Like, every build is niche. People just want every build to do everything and then feel like the grass is always greener because they're not playing Mosaic, when Mosaic isn't the best at doing anything. It's just the best at killing monsters on players 8 quickly, which is not the same thing as being the best at generating wealth or finding the items that you want or finding meaningful items. Killing 1,000,000 monsters on P8 but with no magic find when you're looking for your griffins does nothing for you, right? Whereas, you know, we were talking about hardcore earlier. Trapsin is amazing for hardcore because you have Fade and you cast traps that then kill things at the end of the screen. Mosaic Assassin without the right setup does die because you don't properly leech and then you get one-tapped. You know, which one of these two things is quote-unquote stronger? It's all determined by the context of this statement rather than like single data point statements. Like, Echo Strikes isn't just completely eating the lunch of physical boa as far as differently powerful goes. So that's a big thing. So in comparing the two builds at the thing that they both do best, yes, they are differently powerful. The context was in the comparison of... So the context of this statement is Mosaic Assassin going away means the Assassin will be the worst class. My counterpoint is that Trapsin is a good build. Your counterpoint is that it isn't as strong as Nova and Paladin and Hammered In. I say that it is a build which seeks to do something different than Nova and Hammered In. And then the counter statement to that is, in two builds which seek to both clear players 8 with low magic find, Echoing Strike is stronger. Objectively true statement. Not relevant to the conversation that we were just having, but yes. If anybody wants to look at the redheaded stepchild of Diablo 2, it is Physical Boazon, in its lack of clear, in its strongest suit, and the investment required to do it, and its inability to capitalize on it. Physical Boazon is truly the worst class in the game, and it is a C+ build for density destroying. Damn, something's fucking up with my internet. Well, I guess I will just keep waiting. Extimus? What's going on? Hello, thank you very much for the Prime. You probably can't hear me right now. Sorry, hold on. Let me wait for my internet to... Oh, are we back? I think we're back. I think we're good. Can I get a yes in chat if we're back? It looks like we should be good. Nobody is saying anything, so I'm mostly freaking out. Oh, the stream might be like super behind now. Hold on. Hello, hello? We're back? Hello, hello? All right, we're back. Extimus with the sub. Welcome on in. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. We have Extimus in the building. An absolute legend. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, it's really me. That's funny. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, we froze for a bit there. My internet is just a little bit freaking out. All right. I think you misunderstand. I think that you misunderstand. I'm not trying to argue with you. Well, we are arguing. That's just not a bad thing. Also, please keep this in mind. I'm very autistic. I'm not making a joke and I'm not making a light of this. I'm very autistic. I'm very tired. So I just have no tone in my voice and I'm just in full robot mode. But we are arguing. That's just not a bad thing. Or at least it's not a bad thing for me. I apologize if you feel like this is an aggressive... Or I'm sorry. I have made you to feel like it is an aggressive confrontation. I just like to passionately discuss things, and that does not come off well often. But yeah, so the topic as it stands all together is builds which seek to do different things are differently powerful. Builds which seek to do the same thing can be direct one-to-one compared. So, because they are both attempting to do a farming strategy in the same way.
Subscribe to a bad content
Echoing
creator.
Strike blows physical boson out of the water. It's not even close.
A real one.
100%.
Strafe Bowazon for life.
Children, thank you very much for the 2 months. Strafe, I love Strafe Boson. Physical boson is better than elemental. Elemental bows can actually do pH. Physical boson really can't, except in areas with like exceedingly low physical res. So I don't know that I agree with that. The funny part about like, so the idea of physical boson is very expensive. Optimal physical boson is incredibly expensive. 220 run walk charms, 220 hit recovery charms, 210 charms cost nearly nothing. because they're not 3 2020s or 3 320s. So you can just, also, like, 10 damage max charms are literally free, and you just pick them up off the ground. But people want 3 2020s. But people who want 3 2020s are also wrong about physical Boazon, because you should be running it with, like, maybe 500 to 700 maximum life top end, because physical Boazon is a glass cannon. How brutal was Andy's nerf? How brutal was it? I don't know. I've never farmed Terror Zone Andy. Superbinder, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, thank you again, Extremis. How are you enjoying the new content? E-Ray Blast. So this is also a new circlet. This is also all the same. Ryan, thank you for the follow. This should... Oh, like the base set is the Magic Find set. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's kind of like the whole point. The drop calculator is updated. You can go check out the drop calculator. New crafting? New crafting. As far as we could tell, new crafting. This is Fire Blast. Death Trap. You are using Death Trap, right? You're not like a complete lunatic. Pick a fire. Pick a fire and are you using burst? Jonas, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, there's a bunch of unactivated recipes, and we'll just have to deal with that. There's nothing to be done about it. Because I can't even really like theorize to like the extent of how it will apply or what the purpose is. Thank you very much, everybody. Children, thank you again for the 2 months. Also, Eds, did any of my last explanation make it through the internet chop up? I don't want to leave that energy there. That's not great energy. Lightning Sentry. Quarterfond. Lightning Sentry is easy. Guardians. Helmet. Any. Season starts the 20th. This is Lightning Sentry, Death Trap. Death Sentry. Ugh. You can Fire Blast, burst speed, Fire Blast. Oh, a Phoenix Strike Assassin. So, yeah, it drops. It just goes live. But the... Yes. Yes. Start ladder, accrue wealth, play powerful builds. Yeah. I mean, so like that, the accrue wealth is, I think, like one of the big things that changes, right? Because there is acquire gear for build you want to play versus efficiently turn time into wealth to buy gear to play builds you want to play. And especially with no trading, the value and importance of builds is more stark. Phoenix Strike Assassin just doesn't exist. I guess it would still focus on lightning. It focuses on lightning. God, it's so bad without Mosaic. Yeah, I mean, it becomes Claws of Thunder, ironically enough. Oh, it feels to get interesting builds up and running. I want to play Lightning Strike, but feels like I need Infinity. I mean, yeah, right? Like, it does need Infinity. It can do Crescent Moon before then. Oh, no, it can't because it's a polearm. You need Spear. What does it do before that? Oh, it makes Infinity. There you go. I mean, the answer is it runs Titans, right? It runs T-Strokes. Yeah. 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 I don't disagree with you there. All right, so this just does lightning instead. So and then this is Phoenix Strike. God, what a bad build. We have to like So, okay, this is actually like a important. Not whale strike. It becomes a dragon claw build, right? It's just like a completely different build. It's a completely different build. Okay, so Dragon Talon, Dragon Claw. So thunder. But big note here. Big note. Need to add a disclaimer that this is strictly a non-ladder build. Won't be updated till Mosaic relaunches. They took the rune word hustle and they turned it into hysteria and mania, which I dislike the use of the term hysteria, but what can you do? Rift Sin. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Boiler, sir. For people who have been farming Terror Zones, can we all confirm that the Terror Zone shards... Do Terror Zone shards only drop from Terror Zone monsters, or are they a random drop across the world? Kano. Oh, wait, Darkhaven came out? Did Darkhaven come out? Free. Oh, it's the demo. Oh, we have to try fucking Darkhaven. I love that you can jump. Hell yeah, dude, it's Fortnite. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. Reverick puts Fortnite into Diablo? I would play Fortnite Diablo. This is free demo. All right, back to what I was doing. Oh fuck, Kano listens to music. Hold on. 1,000 people watching on YouTube is so fucking insane. God damn it. Proud of you, Kano. Dear Kano. Can Worldstone shards drop from any monster or only in error zones? This is very important. Answer instead of speed burning. Dear Kano, read chat when you get a second.
Yo, Macro. The most shells drop from any monster? I don't 100% know. I've been getting so many mixed reports from people, I actually don't know. Someone came in here saying apparently they got one in normal difficulty. So. Good day. But I don't know if they were in TZ or what.
Alright. Yeah. Mixed reports. I've only seen in TZs. I don't know, Scotty. Rift Assassin. Yeah, this won't take too much longer. Rift Sin. Oh, doing a big kick, I see. A big kickaroony. Kick, kick. Everybody likes a kick. Welcome to kick. I want y'all to know that if you ever find me going, hey guys, follow me on Kick, I want you to know I've started my grift. I don't want to have to, but I've done it and I'm doing it. And it's my grift and I'm doing it, and I need your support when I grift you. I'm going to kick. Boys, I'm going to kick. Watch me kick. Dragon Talon. What other... That's the skill. You do Dragon Talon. Death Sentry. Boys, I'm going to kick. Waste of Speed. And Venom? I guess. Stops a Wake of Fire Assassin. I'm doing kick. Excuse me. Thoughts on Blade Warp versus Enigma for Summoner Luck? Thoughts on them versus each other. You will use Enigma on every endgame Warlock build. Enigma is better than anything else you could equip. Other than getting... Yeah, no, it's just better than anything else you could equip. You don't need more faster cast rate, and it gives the same number of plus skills and buffs battle orders and gives you teleport. Blade Warp can't teleport over walls, so it's not really a viable like end game mobility skill. Wake of Fire Assassin. No magic find variants, Teo. We'll get there. It's actually the same thing as this, but it's Wake of Fire before. Not that this really matters. Hey, a little bit matters. Whirlwind Assassino. Whirlwind Assassin. Oh, I'm gonna need the attack speed. Swap belt to Nosferatu unique belt. Whirlwind Assassin. There's a Magic Find variant? Oh yeah, brother. Any... So this is going to be Whirlwind. Venom. That's Sentry. Venom. Venom. No one hit him. So up Venom. Ain't gonna know it hit him. He get hit with the Venom. Got that adrenaline in him. Venom. No I'm Venom. Gonna slow up Venom. What up? So, but Big Theory Crafter, any idea when the IS breakpoints for Mirror Blades and Cleave will be updated on Maxroll? I do not have an ETA for you, friend. Those aren't things that are... Well, hold on. Is this true? Those take a bit longer, is the answer. And mostly have to get sussed out by the community. Because they tend to have weird stuff going on with them. But I do not have that information for you. I apologize. Fire Warlock leveling guide farming spots references a starter column for red check marks and doesn't exist. Is this section so... What up, Dave? Where is Abyss leveling? Where, Dave? In here? So what we did, yeah, this would need to be removed, basically. So this is a copy from the overall build guide where we have a difference between starter and non-starter, but the only farming spots in a leveling guide are starter-friendly spots. Although the formatting on these tables is now very weird. Because there used to be a middle section. Spoiler, I think something has weirdly happened in this copy and paste. Something has been lost. And also... I disagree that the throne room is starter friendly. Hold on. So remove the note, because this has been reformatted. So across the leveling guides, it would be the removal of this note here. And this just needs some tuning. I'm gonna ping you. Okay. I sent you a ping, good sir. Thank you. Oh, my body is so angry from sitting down for as long as I have. Who would have thunk it? Velvind, yeah. Berserk. Berserkadin. Berserk. Berserkadin. Berserk. Find item. Howl. Berserk. Battle orders, sure. Battle orders. Note. Replace. Oops. crazy setup, Teo. Where's your Tomatown portal? No, it's a Berserk Barb. It has to be the most magic find, so you have to put your scrolls on your belt, which means that you have to drop a charm and then buy a scroll and then put it on your belt and then buy the rest of your scrolls and then put the charm back on. And I would just rather kill myself. And I would rather kill myself. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. We only do it here? And I would rather kill myself. I like wisdom. Wisdom solves a lot of things. Yeah, I think you just put on the magic find setup. You want the minus enemy physical res because Grimoire doesn't work on elites. Oh no, you want run walk, baby. Hell yeah, brother. This would be a double throw and a frenzy and a double swing and actually double swing will be Grimoire and find item. I like the thing that there's not a history of previously added items. Existing items. Right here. It's not so intuitive? Sure. I can't think of a way for this to be more clear other than to just be like bright and shiny, but it isn't the main feature. It is like a feature. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how it could be different, but I understand the frustration. Ooh, sling ring. From the people who brought you, wear Phoenix on a build, even if it's not good for it, just because of redemption. Comes sling ring. Are you sick and tired of having rings that are relevant for your build, and you hate how you choose to play with no fucking Tome of Town portal because need to min-max? Well, here's a great opportunity. Min-max different. Min-max different. Sling ring. Here's for you. I mean, unironically, sling ring is good. Sling ring is distinctly good on Berserk Barb. It's like it was made for Berserk Barb. Can you update the optimal build for a Bone Spear Bone Necro? Can I? You're watching me update every single build guide. And I do happen to write Bone Spear, so I will be updating that. But nothing is going to change with FCR. It's just going to add the Jewel and the Thunder Charm.
What? What's that?
You are right.
DQ
You are
is my
right, I can't
favorite game
argue.
of all time. Thank you for all you do for the game. Love your YouTube videos, my guy. I hope I can ask questions along my Warlock journey.
Dave, thank you very much for the 1,000 biddies. That's insane. Yes, of course you can ask questions. And you don't have to give me bits to ask questions. You know that. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Walgreens. Thanks, Dave. Now you got me on that one, ads. People are going to put Sling Ring on fucking everything, though, and it is going to piss me off. Does Bone Spear actually use any new items, though? Yeah, we'll have to look at it when we get there. Anyway, you can let the devs know about the Chronicle reset bug. I just had it happen to Man, what a motivation killer. They are aware of Chronicle bugs. What up, Billy? You have updates for Warcry when we get to it. Very nice. Bone Spirit? We do not have a Bone Spirit specific build. We have a Bone Spear build, which can use Bone Spirit. But does it like Geed's? The belt? Does it need Geed's belt? Enemy magic res. Sure. Yeah, maybe. Does it open up? You were asking me a lot of questions about a build I'm not currently focusing on. The answer is maybe. We'll take a look at it. I'm at Barbarian, so I'd like to focus on El Barba. Bone Spear sucks so bad. I wonder if there's anything that can make it good. I put it here too, yes. Is good. Frenzy. Need concentration order to apply to its spells like it does for hammers. That's the only buff I can reasonably think of. Yeah. It would be cool. That's the major issue, right? Like, they don't really have scaling. Also, like, hammers just shouldn't work with concentration. Like, concentration doesn't increase magic damage. Concentration increases Blessed Hammer's damage. And it just shouldn't. That's like... Yeah, 2.4 was the double throw update. Frenzy. Frenzy is pretty easy. You have a magic find set up on this, right? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. I can vibe with that. Actually, I can't. We gotta redo this. Like, why would you run this and this? You'll just replace the decrep all the time. This should be dual grief. Be dual grief Act 2. Dual grief Act 2 Reapers. This whole build just needs to be reimagined, but yeah, why is this the... Oh, I guess for the magic find? And what's this guy for? This should just be like a fire. Frenzy, double swing, item, gold find, Bubba. Your calculations put Bone Necro doing 2x damage? Two X damage feels like a lot. Gold, fine, baba. I think bone skills could say do bonus damage to living monsters, and then it's kind of thematic if we're gonna do that. Huh. Gold fine, Bubba, huh? You kind of want it. Oh yeah, it does gold too. Of course it does gold too. Why? What the fuck was I thinking? Of course it does gold too. Of course. I will. Venom. Need a little snack. Venom. Got that adrenaline. Venom. 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 Slow down, Venom. They ain't gonna know what Venom. Whoa. Venom. Got that adrenaline. Venom. Leap attack. Berserk. And then we gotta swap out. That was weird. venom. Get that adrenaline in 'em. Venom. Venom. Slow down, Venom. They ain't gonna know what hit 'em. Yeah, just real quick. Just real quick. Go get this stuff, you know? Just absolutely Looney Tunes level of gear here. Is there a cham here? How was there ever a cham here? That was an oversight. Here we go. Have a good one, Joker. Did you notice that Blood Boil planner you sent me redirects 91% of damage to minions via Blood Oath? Yeah, I can actually get over 100%. I don't know what that means. I feel like the new UI of the planner has gotten way more complicated and confusing. How do you feel about it? It is more complex than it was previously, and then you learn how to utilize it. That's that. So I started using it. I went, I'm very confused. And then I used it more. I went, okay, I now know where the stuff is. And then it is more complex for sure. Trav, there's no, like, there is no, like, free target with right thumbstick at all. That's not a thing. They ain't gonna know what hit them. They get hit with the... People are going to discover I am Looney Tunes, boys. That's okay. It's okay to be Looney Tunes. Slow down, Venom. They ain't gonna... Oh my god, finally builds I wrote. Well, I didn't write werewolf, but, you know, I don't think anybody's gonna judge me too harshly for not getting werewolf 100% correct. Gonna slow down, Venom. It would help if the buttons said what they do at least after hovering over them. I agree. Yeah, you should put this feedback into the blue Discord, by the way. You should, like, make your voice known. I am not the developer of this tool. You should absolutely go post this in the Maxroll Discord. Does Maxroll have PD2 builds? We do not, no. A very, very long time ago, we had a PD2 planner, but sadly that did not work out. Leap. Here. Okay. Alrighty. Warcry. Warcry Bubba. Oh, Warcry. Oh, Warcry. $105 FCR Warcry. Insight on Switch? Dreadfang? What is Dreadfang? What is a Dreadfang? Why would we put an insight on swap on Warcry? Doesn't show the planner part of the guides, only the written content, or is it under construction? That is distinctly a you problem, Siler. That might be like a browser issue. If you could report a bug into the blue Discord. Like my magic hat? Thanks. The invite to the Maxroll Discord in your Twitch bio is invalid. Okie dokie. There you go. How much? Yeah, so my build does like 400 points in energy. You just don't need insight on Warcry Barb anymore. Just flat out. I haven't had insight on Warcry Barb since like 2.4. I don't hate Dreadfang. I do hate that he battle cries, though. So he kind of defeats his own purpose. I would have to play with it. But yeah. Coven is an interesting one, right? You can get lethargy. Hold on. Damn, hell yeah, brother. I understand why you only have 53 viewers. I'm gonna let this go through just real quick. First, only if you lose. One, I appreciate that you want to watch my stream. Thanks. People are differently known in circles. And sadly, people have forgotten that I started as a D2 streamer content creator, and that a lot of the builds that they use are the builds that we have put on Maxroll, and they just don't know that I did those things. But Llama is quite literally the largest person in the scene. What isn't particularly valuable is comparing two different people that entertain in two different ways and offer two different things. I don't really allow for like the down talk or the downplay of other creators in my space, because I wouldn't want people to go talk poorly about me just because they personally don't like my content. So I appreciate that you're here. I appreciate that you like my content. Don't really worry about comparing to other people. And it doesn't ever really make somebody feel good to like have somebody say their number at them and be like, your number's bad, it should be good. Because it's like a generally good sentiment, but it is inherently somebody being told they are of less value in the career that they are attempting to be successful in. And it's not really great to hear that. Also, I'm good. Thank you very much, Reaver. I appreciate that. Should collect it all in a single final edit. Probably insanely stressful trying to parse through information like that. No, I could. It took me a bit to figure out what Billy is saying, but I get what they're saying. Trying to get Fanaticism, Hephaesto. I don't know what it looks like, though. Is there a resource to see what all auras look like? There isn't. You'll learn in time. Fanaticism is a big red glowing aura. Like, big in red. Bubbling Abyss. But we can do this. Okay. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Ava? I appreciate that, Siler. Again, I am literally uninterested in having a comparison between content creators in any way, shape, or form occurring in my streams. So let's just move on from that topic entirely. Sure, first, yeah. People like to engage with content differently. That's just the truth. If somebody is posting content that you're not looking to engage with, it is perfectly okay to unsubscribe and just not generally follow that. What are we listening to as music? This is Dobrev Taiga. This is from the original D4 soundtrack. ¿Crees que el Warlock tiene una viable de minions? Sí. Mañana. Pero it's not good for leveling. Early game, very bad. Yo, getting stuff done with the $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Brother, do what you love, how you love doing it. You're my favorite Diablo creator. Grab a steak and cheese on me. Worst comes to worst, Chips and Dale is hiring. Damn, appreciate that. I think I'd have to get a little bit buffer for Chips and Dale. Es ponerte en puntos al dominio de demonios. Sí. Sí. Un punto en Goatman. ¿Cómo se dice Goatman? It's just man goat. Then 10 in demonic mastery. A point in death mark. Y más en Goatman. Hombre cabra. I like that. Oh, cabra. Yeah. I can't roll my R. Hombre cabra. 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 Can't do it. Pero it's very bad. You should not do this. Slow. Bad. You don't really do anything. You should level with Miasma or Ring of Fire. Although I do just want to, just like very quickly, because I do know that there's like a lot of new people like here watching. I like have a whole online presence. Like I'm not like, we just bought a house. I am like barely affording a house. I'm not like a starving artist. This is not to say like I do not appreciate support. The fact that anybody is a philanthropist in this day and age is insane to me. But I don't want to get this like idea out here that like I'm like a small underdog. You know, I just want to make sure the narrative about what I am and am not doing is set in the reality that we're in. I could feed into the underdog story. People love cheering for an underdog. My main income comes from Maxroll. My main income comes from YouTube and Twitch. And then my secondary income comes from Maxroll. My tertiary income comes from like sponsored work with Blizzard, and my tertiary quadrary. What is fourth? The word after tertiary. Quaternary. Quaternary income would come from sponsorships. But no, my primary revenue stream is ad revenue from YouTube, then subscriber from Twitch, then working for Maxroll. Although I'm not super interested in discussing money past that point, but that is the breakdown. I can afford to make payments on a house. Translating for companies? Hell yeah, brother. That's side hustle. Back to Warcry. Am I changing anything about Warcry? I don't think I really maintain the 200 FCR anymore. You just sacrifice too much. You like sacrifice ease of kill speed and overall ability to stack magic find. Not the shale room. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we add the charm. No, not Black Cleft. Delete. Bone break. There we go. We got there. Little physical pen. Little physical pen for the boy. There's a deeper magic find. I didn't even know I maintained a 200 FCR. What's my magic find set up? Get you back some of the damage. How are we progressing? Looks like loads of manual work. It's an insane amount of manual work. It's absolutely bonkers, actually. Thank you for asking. But the website has needs. And its needs must be met. Are we swapping up to Coven? Yeah. Yeah, you would. It's an awesome magic find, though. Hey, thank you. Zero inventory space gaming? No, I use Heraldric cubes in all of my setups. I refuse to not have both tomes in a Heraldric cube. It's literally not worth it. Need to grab some groceries, get Trav's meds. Alright, be good, Beanty. Hey man, everything alright? Yeah. I'm good. Do I look bad? I do want a fucking steak and cheese, though. You got me really excited about the idea of steak and cheese. Alright, after I finish Warcry, I'm gonna get up and get food. Just saying hi? Alright. So here's my issue with Coven. You lose Magic Find. It is more damage. But this is like purely P1 elite sniping at this point. Like elite sniping in the pit. The cool part about Coven is sometimes you get Lethargy, and Lethargy does increase your damage. But you shouldn't be getting hit, everything should be stunned. Lethargy on Act 3 Mercenaries when? Oh, also, am I recommending... Hold on. Am I recommending charges of Sigil Lethargy? Am I theory crafting the equipment while I go? Yes, I'm theory crafting the equipment while I go. Like, for some things, it's very easy. Like, only builds with FCR and magic damage need to reconsider gear, really, altogether. But, like, level 5 Lethargy is pretty good. How much does that crack off of them? 24% physical. 24% physical shred. That's fucking insane on a ring. That's with item level 99. It's like level 85 ring is 4. Still 23% shred. Lethargy is cracked. No, you just drop it on tanky packs. Like you have a physical immune, sure, the Sunder breaks it, and then you get like -10 off that, and you get -10 from your jewel. But that does mean the monster's only taking a quarter of your damage. This should apply to 100% effectiveness. So this is nearly doubling your damage against a physical immune. I'm recommending it. Thought we were talking about Coven? Ah, no, sorry. I'm talking about Sigil Lethargy for the purposes of shreddering physical res. Is there a new build that would do much better? So, Double Billy earlier was saying that they're liking Dreadfang on Act 5 Mercenary, which I understand. High uptime of Amp is stronger than Decrep. He tends to proc at a similar rate to an Act 2 Mercenary. My major issue is that that Mercenary also casts Battlecry, and Battlecry overrides curses. So I would have to see how often he's Battlecrying versus allowing the curse to stay up. Here's the thing. I recommend telekinesis on rings and people already just don't do that. Lethargy, though, dude. Lethargy is nutty bananas. I think I just have to add it as a gear recommendation. People don't like repairing rings. Alright. Alright, I talked myself out of it. Baronism, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Maxroll unique value lists Skull Collector as trash. Well, let's see. Is this trash? This is trash, yes. Can you use it? For sure. Is it a good item? No. Warlock pretty desperately wants faster cast rate in their main hand. And like Gull Dagger exists. 100 Magic Find at level 4. I would take 100 Magic Find over, 80 Magic Find. But yeah, Skull Collector is still a very... I mean, again, you can use it. If it's the best weapon you have, it's the best weapon that you have. If it's the most Magic Find that you have, it's the most Magic Find that you have. Is it a good item? No. After 25 years, most leveling or endgame setups are kind of self-explanatory. Well, there's just like quite literally new items, right? So every new item begs the question of, does this get incorporated? Like, do I change this to Coven? Is the question. On the 200 FCR breakpoint setup on a Warcry Barb, you would want to use Coven, right? That's pretty makes a lot of sense. You put it in a Barb Helm, you give it plus to Warcry. And now you have more plus to Warcry than you otherwise typically could get. The issue being that this takes up sockets and offers 40 Magic Find, but it takes up 2 sockets. Those 2 sockets would be more than 40 Magic Find. It does make it do more damage, and the 200 FCR breakpoint tends to do less damage because it has to use suicide branches. But the question is that, like, 1, do you even really want to do this setup? But, like, 2, because it's 1 frame of teleport speed. But 2, and also Warcry speed, obviously. So it ends up being, you probably save, like, over a pit run, you probably save 4 seconds, like 200, I would say 200, or because it's 25 frames. So you probably save 8 seconds. And it's whether or not those 8 seconds in that magic find are equivalent to one another. Zarian, thank you very much. Master Jim, thank you for the follows as well. I've seen a video tutorial for binding. You have info how to see his stats while hovering over your demon. You bind unsummon or consume to your skill bar, and then you target them. You put your cursor over them. If you're playing on controller, I don't know. Unless it has a free way of targeting with like one of the input sticks. It doesn't super matter. On controller, you have to look in their direction or be close enough. Oh, there you go. But that's just it. Like, when we're talking about 200 FCR setups, we are talking about saving seconds because a farming loop could take 48 seconds, whatever. And it's whether or not the magic find is worth it. I'm finding it hard to say yes. When I could actually just do this, right? Like, this can actually just be lethargy. And then you're gaining significantly more damage than changing anything. Kind of want it here too. Actually, you know what I want? Rare lethargy. Better. Anna. Life. That's a fucking ring right there, baby. Hell yeah, brother. I love it. Warcry, Grimoire, find item. Battle orders. Do you think the system changes the Heralds of Ire or Worldstone Shard change the power of any builds due to their sustainability to farm new things? So builds were already determined on their value of their ability to farm and not experience immunities. I don't think that the heralds changed that. But that's more of like an emerges with enough data and not something I feel confident to speak on 100%. The reason why dual spec Sorks existed is because it turns out you have to be able to do damage to multiple stuff. And then dual spec Sorks kind of went away because you could very easily get Sunder Charms. And now getting a Sunder Charm is harder. So builds that are like naturally dual spec'd are more valuable. And I think there will be a meta that comes out of that that will become apparent. It's updated. Warcry is updated. Hell yeah, only half of the builds to go. All right, I need to get food. Imagine when I mouse over an item or skill in the build, it sticks to the screen forever and never goes away. Is this a setting or something? No, so that's an issue with some like extensions or browsers. If you could report in to the Maxroll Discord and give your browser and whatever extensions you have. We've been trying to diagnose this issue, but it's not reproducible across browsers. I think the more interesting question for Red Fang is like other physical. You always want Might Aura. Steel and cheese. All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take like 5 minutes, go get some food, go to the bathroom, be a human. Been sitting down for almost 4 hours. I'll run ads now so we're not interrupted later. Shouts to 67 of you. 6-7. Right? Am I right? Am I right, children? 6-7. I'm 35. Alrighty, I will be right back. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate y'all being here. Shouts to the 6 people who just left. Your mom's a hoe. Thanks for hanging out. What? I don't know. Look at that thing. Isn't that thing big? That's what he said. Alright, boys. Today we're eating chicken breast and brown rice. It's chicken breast and brown rice. Need more veggies? Veggies are for cowards. Echoing Strike is not a good leveling build, sadly. It gains more projectiles from its synergy with mirrored blades, and isn't at maximum blades until 20. So, need to be level 50 to even have 5 blades. And even with 5 blades, its area of effect is pretty limited. Whereas something like the Speed of Abyss in the area of fire just like so wildly outperform it. Can you do it? Yes. Is it very bad in comparison? Also yes. Now that being said, once you hit level 75, which is where we consider a leveling build to end you off at, and everything after that is mid-game, and then end-game progression. At level 75, it's already cracked, because you just put on an insight and then go win. My girlfriend made the chicken. It is very good chicken. Like, even post-microwave, it's still very moist. I was incredibly impressed. You really hate chugging mana pots? Then play Abyss. Can't wait for summer to be over. Me in my beanie and jacket in my house. It's your birthday? Hey, happy birthday! All right, chat, sing them happy birthday. A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday. $48? Nice. What wisdom do you have to share with us on your birthday? I demand wisdom. You play the assassin class, you don't need keys to open locked chests. That's pretty good wisdom. Werewolf. How are you doing, Martin? Wisdom from a fellow ancient. Be mindful of your knees. I think people can get behind that. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. And then Whirlwind. Whirlwind's always got some shit going on in it. Which ancient would you be? Talik, Madoc, or Corlic? Probably Madoc. Only searching for a... Oh, for the big boy mallet? Happy hunting. Drop rates SOJs go down now that there are more unique rings in the pool. When an item drops, does it roll type ring, then rarity unique, then select which unique? Yes. So, in some drop tables, yes. In other drop tables, no. It depends on what treasure class it is. But also, since the new rings are more valuable than most other unique rings, the average ring you have picked up is more valuable than before. What is the orifice? I don't know. But what is that question about? What is the orifice? Oh. Have you never played Diablo 2? Are you like brand new? The orifice is where you put the Herodric staff you should have created to open up the boss room of Duriel. The online and offline chronicles are separated. Will it be another one for ladder, or an online mods are in the same basket? Or are online mods in the same basket? What does online mod mean in this context? But I believe offline and online are two separate chronicles. And I think it's... Yeah, I don't know. Other than that. Had your first mythic drop? Hell yeah, brother. Right on, brother. It's Fireclaws, Werewolf, Armageddon. Excuse me. Fissure Druid. Buenos tardes. How excited are you for the upcoming ladder on a scale of 1 to 10? 2. I hate Diablo 2. No, I'm very excited. Oh, we have to make a new pelt. No. 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 Will ladder and non-ladder be separate? I believe they'll be separate. I don't know. I literally have no insight into this thing, so you know what? I won't even answer. Somebody knows and it's not me. Warlock build. Echoing Strike. Volcathos or Ravenfrost? I would swap Ravenfrost, considering you don't care about being frozen. You got black screened? Huh. That's wild. Baby, no money. Baby, no money. Baby, no money. Oh, we have to make a whole fucking new hat. I don't want to make a hat. I don't want to make a hat. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh. 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 I wanna make a hat. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh. All right. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh. 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 I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh. You're good, Butte. Have a good one, Zendefta. Trying to farm a 4-socket crystal sword. Any recommendations on location? You want to pick up a crystal sword or a broadsword from cows, but if you're trying to get a 4-socket to naturally drop, I mean, farming Countess for runes anyways, hit weapon racks, see if you get lucky. There really isn't like a farm, an area where a crystal sword with 4 sockets will drop. As long as you are just killing monsters that are at least the minimum level for a crystal sword to get 4 sockets. So... as long as monsters are at least level 26. Does Magic Find affect weapon rack drops? It does not. Longsword works. Longsword has higher requirements. You need to get dex and strength. You absolutely can use it. It is by far the worst weapon to do, though. Broadsword is 48 strength, no dex requirement. Crystal sword is 43 strength, no dex. But you can do it. Ain't nothing stopping you. Wanna make a hat. Ooh. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh, hat. Hat. I don't wanna make a hat. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh. What's 28, 43, 50, 45. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh. Don't wanna make a hat. Thank you for coming to my symposium on hats. I hope everybody's having a great night tonight and drive home safe. You think the new Void Rune word would be good for Fire Druid to keep people together over Fissure with Abyss? No, because you want people to walk over Fissure. You actually don't want to crowd control them. Is level 21 too low level to fight Duriel? No, not at all. What you want to do is you want to go to Drognin and get... no, not Drognin. You want to go to the guy that you're buying potions from near Farah, whose name is Elzix. And you want to buy a bunch of thawing potions. Each one of those will grant you 30 seconds of a bunch of cold resistance, and they stack. And Duriel does mostly cold damage. Meba, thank you for the follow. You're destroying with the Echoing build? Hell yeah, brother. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, racks are great for bases. They also do randomly roll as higher quality or higher rarity. Is a player 8 monster stronger after binding it? I don't believe so, no. But there's no way to test that short of having a hero editor that will show you the stats of the demon, which I don't have. But I've only ever gotten my demons on P1, and they all seem to be the strength that they should be. I guess we could try to come up with a test for it. We'll do a test for that later on. How about that? How many can you stack? Infinite. And has infinite timer. It probably actually has a hard limit, like 5 or 10 minutes. You just drink like 8 of them. And make sure to go get a mercenary. They can tank for you a bit. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh. 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 Ooh. Um, can you import BattleNet saves to Maxroll? Your online characters are not saved locally, they're saved to the server. You can bring over offline character files and upload them. Excuse me. Yo, Druid. Is unlimited stacking? Unlimited stacking. Fury Druid would want to put this thing in a thing. But then you would have to pre-buff. Oh. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't be Metamorphosis. Fudge. Excuse me. Do we do Shockwave here? Heart of the Wolverine. Wabies Druid. Wabies Druid is also Metamorphosis. Hold on now. Is that accurate? Probably. Yeah, Death Web on swap, baby. Grizzly Bear. Summon Grizzly. I don't wanna make a hat. Ooh. Summon Druid? Does Summon Druid care? Helmet. Any. We have Enigma. Summon Grizzly. Raven? Is it just called Raven? Raven. Raven. Heart of the Wolverine. Summon Dire Wolf. Roar. 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 Summon Dire Wolf. Ah, insane. I've gone crazy. I think my dad's gone crazy. 70, 90, 108, 143, 153, 163. Damn. Damn, dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's insane. Tornado. Hurricane. Cyclone armor. Summon Gwizzly. The druids are done. All right. Bone Spear Necro. I don't want to look at it because I think we're going to have to think about it a lot. Oh, the poor Necromancer. Did you all know there are 3 Necromancer builds and that is it? Let's look at it. A build that is bad, that nobody cares about. A bad build, I would say. Oh. Look at already I don't like it. Ugh. 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 Blech. What? Oh, because it's a corpse explosion build. You're so right. Blech. Ugh. Alright. Let's think about it. Keeping in mind that it's just a corpse explosion build. You think 6k damage is a lot. And it just isn't. Despise how every build comes down to corpse explosion. Same, brother. So let's look at Avoid. 240 with magic skill damage. Magic skill damage represents a lot of damage, because we have no other sources of magic skill damage currently. This represents a large amount of damage. We all know this. We all love this. Here's what I need to do. Edit. Copied this. Bring it on down here. Theory craft. Okay. Let us apply the battle commands and the battle orders. Let us remove these. We have no need of these. Well, we'll keep that one. I'll put Bone Necro's max cast rate is so low, so easy to hit. A lot of the new magic gear has cast rate, but it won't help the Bone Necro, whatever. Yeah, because we're at the max FCR breakpoint already, right? We have to be, yeah. We are exactly at it. We are with 20 FCR here. So, yeah, it literally does nothing. So that is cool. So let us consider the Void. It is so crazy. It is insane. Can I say this? Am I allowed to say this? You know what? I'm not afraid anymore. Minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Minus 6 skill ranks. Is a 300 damage loss due to the plus magic damage. That is, as the kids like to say, fucking nuts. Yeah, and I literally can't drop FCR anywhere. I mean, I can drop FCR here. Or I could do... I wouldn't do Coven. Hell Wardens? This could be Bone Socket. Oh, socketed is the prefix. I mean, it's +1. Like that's what it is. It's +1. 654. Six, 6, 5. Still worse. I don't need this. Do the Harlem Shake. Hold on real quick. Oh, I do have to make the new charm because that does modify the calculations. Yeah, so this needs to be here first. How much res are we expecting to get up to? Do the Harlem Shake. So, Curio, thank you so much for the 53 months. While you sub, remember, know your neighbors, feed your community, and don't sleep with eyes. Don't even smooch them. No coffee either.
While you sub, remember, know your neighbors, feed your community, and don't sleep with ice. Don't even smooch em. No coffee either.
Right on, brother. Thank you very much, Gary. I appreciate you. No, you don't need a 220 Necromancer amulet. You need 10. You don't even need 10. I mean, you could have a ring as well. Do the Harlem Shake. All right, let's start looking at monsters. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Do 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 do. I mean, there's just like monsters just don't have magic resistance. There are monsters that do have it. So minus 10 is a 1.1. This is a separate point in the calculation, so doing this is worth. This is always going to give us plus 10. So we're at minus 20, so we have a 1.2 against their res. And then this is going to be at 10. So 1.1. Which already changes the value of more on other spots. Like Opal Vein. Let's take this example where I have 10. Uh, 1.15 divided by 1.1. Opal Vein is a 4% increase in damage. 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 0 7 687. 687. There's only a 3% increase in damage. So Opal Vein, currently, higher value. But Sling Ring is -5 enemy resistance. I have 1.2. More negative enemy resistance is less valuable than Opal. Do the Harlem Shake. So what's going on with my resistances? That's crazy. Oh, actually, that's not my resistances. That's monsters. My resistances are fine. What's target FCR? 125. What up, Chris? But I don't need FCR. I don't need any FCR. It lets me run chance guards, I guess. It lets me run chance guards. And that is like an accurate statement. Authority doesn't do anything interesting. It does not. It's kind of like this kind of just solves it. Oh, I know. Song. Warp Spear. Warp Spear is really cool. That's what we're doing the calculation for right now, Snoopy. We're not using Void. That's the first and foremost. Void doesn't actually enable anything for us. And it is a damage loss. Which is saying a lot, but it's mostly a damage loss because we're already going to be using this. So We are on white. We are going to continue to use white. Excuse me. Bone Spirit sucks because it does single target damage. Is scaling our magic damage even as good as just making Corpse Explosion do more damage? Do the Harlem Shake. Like, what if I just make Corpse Explosion do more damage? How good would that be? I mean, Corpse Explosion is pretty good. Okay. So, hold on. Real quick. For plus magic. Enemy res. We are at currently at 1.1 and 1.2. I mean, going from a 1 point, going from a 1 is a 9%, but going from the 13%. This is minus enemy res is a 9% increase. So, okay, so here's the only thing though. Against the 3 fucking monsters that are immune to magic damage, this is significantly stronger. But against everybody else, this is actually stronger. How crazy is that? Question about your Warlock D2R builds. I want to play solo. Notice on your players when I click on the solo option, Echoing Strike disappears. Solo option? Oh, these, I'm not currently using these tags. I didn't even know we had these tags. I'll go update that. I will be honest with you, I don't know what these tags are for or why they're here. Thank you very much for the follow. Give me just a second. I just can't see my screen right now. Skin is dry. Yeah, they can all be used for all things. Best living build for Warlock is Abyss. Easiest is Abyss. The fastest is Fire. Would be nice to just drag and drop charms to duplicate like in Prior. I agree. Now, we can consider... Go back to the stone. Stone O'Jordan. And our map. So plus magic will be 1.25. This will be 1.1. This is 8038. And 7658 versus... 7806. Yo, what up, Rufasu? How you doing? 7436. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in, everybody from Rufasu stream. My name is MacroBioBoi. I am your one-stop shop for all things Warlock on Maxroll. We're doing a bunch of big Maxroll guide updates right now. I'm going through and making notes for all of the different ways to incorporate the new jewels and charms, and we'll get all these build guides updated so that they'll be ready for the ladder start. On the Leap Bar build, how do you get the Entropy Whirl Ring? How do you get the ring? So rings are generated randomly. There isn't a go get this ring. The name is also completely random. The thing that you're looking for are the stats that are on the ring. So these are all ideas of rings that have good stats that you could use. These are the... What am I looking at right now? This should not say that. Why does this say... Why did I put faster cast right here? Oh, for an Enigma setup. For Enigma, yeah. So if you were using the Enigma setup, you would want to have a crafted ring like this. But this is a blood crafted ring. And you're looking for these kinds of stats. Also, thank you for the follow. I should also put like a rare ring here. I'm actually going to update this right now. Actually right now I'm going to update this. Yeah, this is missing Ravenfrost. That is a priority stat. There we go. Okay. There we go. Yes. So boop, boop. Now we're here. So we're looking at our two options. So obviously, minus res at this point is stronger. And it represents a 4.5% increase versus the damage, which is a 3% difference. So this becomes Opal Vein. Technically better. And this becomes 811. Wait. 6433. Voices. A versus 7182. Six eight. Socket. Gain telekinesis. But this other one is minus 8 enemy resistance. We are at 15 already. Very slight increase. Now, is this very slight increase in damage worth a socket? Is 0.6% damage worth a socket? A socket and telekinesis. I don't think so, dude. Do the Harlem Shake. Bone Spear is updotted. Updot. So the net outcome of Bone Spear is we're using a Bone and Poison skill, and we're using 2 Sling Rings and Renewed Black Cleft, and that is the totality of the changes there. Are character builds lead if not updated, or was it a half year? Yeah. That's my understanding. I think with the move over to the new planner, they went through and finally deleted all the ones that were over that time frame. Sorry, I'm getting pinged. You know if Blizzard is working on patching the new dupe with how easy it is to do and really bad for ladder coming up especially? I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't have insight into it. I literally have not launched an online character since this came out. I've been too busy. What is the dupe? Intentionally exploiting the game is against terms of service and will typically be acted on. That is just a universal truth. So, like, don't intentionally exploit the game. Let's get rid of this in there. Do the Harlem Shake. So what is going on here? I don't know what's up with that. Okay, so that's Bone Sphere. Poison Nova! Necromancer! Poison. I mean, poison's easy. Yeah. 1065. Definitely more negative res. Yes, still more negative res. Okay. Summoner Necromancer. Oh, did I do this already? Really bad dupe method going around, bro. I asked what it was, but I haven't gained any insight. Hello? Summoner Necromancer in attack mode and end my turn. Do the Harlem Shake. Does Bind Demon Snapshot skill level? It does. Are they rolling servers back? I don't know. Is this in relationship to a dupe? If it is, I will say you are the third person to walk in, say dupe happen, not tell me what's going on, and then also not respond. So I got nothing going. I have not logged online since the Warlock has come out. I'm over here grinding. Guide updates. So I'm grinding with my eyes wide, looking to find a way through the day, a light for the night. Dear Lord, you done took so many of my people. I'm just wondering why you taking my life. What the hell am I doing right? I like... To craft a blood ring, do you have to be 89 and higher? No. To craft a blood ring, you can craft a blood ring at any point. To get certain affixes on it, you have to be a certain level, and that depends on what affix you're trying to get. I would highly recommend... I have a crafting video for Diablo 2. I would highly recommend checking it out if you're going to be crafting your own and you have questions. You're in a game with somebody repeat dropping jaws? Yeah, I wouldn't touch them. Physical damage? I mean, yeah. What the hell am I doing, right? Is that it? Kinda. What the hell am I doing, right? Bye. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. Whoa 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 whoa. Oven. Add. Add sling. Add you. Add this, I guess. Um. When would I make this? You wouldn't? I mean, you can. Nothing's stopping you. You can make it. I wouldn't, but you could. Dun, 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 dun. Hybrid rune words popping up and then glitching. There's no way they don't roll back. What are hybrid rune words? What's a hybrid rune word? Okay. All right. Home stretch. Home stretch, everybody. We're almost there. Whew. Almost there, baby. Okay. Let's stand up. Let's do a stretch. Let's do some push-ups. You know what? We're getting. Let's do some little push-ups. Oh my god. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it through this part of the work. Huh. Okay. All right. Oh no, I have to do the math again. Oh, fuck me, dude. I can't. I can't and I won't. I can't and I won't. We'll look at it. I think on hammer it's a lot more straightforward. Do we know if Hexbane or Hexpurge is better for echoing strikes? I think Hexpurge is. I think people are coming around to Hexpurge. So you get half. So you already have 170. Yeah. Okay. This is actually pretty straightforward. Okay, so we already have a Haas recommendation. On the assumption that this work is paid, I am paid for my work. I'm not going to discuss how I get paid, though. Sorry. That's financial information is fairly private information. But yes, I get paid for my work. I don't work for free. Okay. Actually, yeah, pretty straightforward. Manny minus res. Blessed Hammer. Holy Shield. Concentration. What would you say, like, the fourth skill of... Smite? Vigor? Sure. Dream Pally. Can Dream Pally fit anything? It would want to. It cannot. First of the... budge. Fist to the heavens would change stuff. I don't want to completely reimagine this build a little bit. Do this, we do this, do this, and we do this. Yo, what up, Red? Yeah, thank you, Mitch. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm stupid. So the issue there was I was stupid. Crossney, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Do 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 do. Okay. Going to be foe, hammer, smite, holy bolt. Fist of the heavens. Oh, it's because you teleport on swap. That's right. Fist of the heavens. And then for gear, I just need to add the options. For Coven. Oh, I just thought of something. For a pure foe setup, you almost certainly want Abyss. I like the Tribrid. Be better at everything other than smiting. There was a barely perceptible, persistent hum that was driving me insane. And now I know what was happening, but oh boy, that was getting me. If I'm still on Nightmare level 40 plus, should I just roll what points to Abyss until I reach Hell, or should I respec? What? I'm a little bit confused by the question. Are you asking, should you respec at the point that I recommend respecing? I would say yes. But maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. What up, reality? And you're still on Nightmare. Have you completed all of the quests which would give you bonus to skill ranks? That would be Iswal, Radamant, and Den of Evil. No? Then do not respec. Because you will mess up the preceding skill order if you then just do the respec skill order but then have points left over. No problem. Oh my, oh, fucking I'm gonna scream. I need to like put in headphones. They're like, I think they're vacuuming their car and I can hear it. And it's just like a constant whining. Alrighty. After respecing to Echo, having a bit of grinding some Mumukas. Nice. Okay. Okay, as far as I can tell, they are done vacuuming. Holy shit, that was heinous. Holy wow bananas, that was so bad. Oh, it's all I could hear. When was the last break? 2 hours ago. And I'm on a really good spree right now. What am I building? I am going through every single build guide to get updates out for the jewels and new Sunder Charms. So that my team can be updating the guides that aren't mine. And I can scream. Thank you for listening. Every time I let their grandmama cry. 21. I want to redo this build guide though. Start playing D2. Haven't played D2 in 20 years. It's such a hard game compared to D4. Yeah, learning the systems definitely takes more time. For sure. Excuse me. Squirt Show. Thank you for the follow. Holy fire. Aladdin is like 4 rune words, isn't it? Show is. This will be... Mage Fist in Hell Lost City. Hey, very nice. Wait, no. That's not right. No. Smite. Zealer. Zeal Rockin' nowadays. Oh, wait. Smite. Holy Shield. Endgame bell runs and other... Is there only 3 difficulties? Correct. Is endgame bell runs? No. Endgame is doing the niche farming strategy that your build is best for, and then making more builds to do other niche farming strategies. How much is the inclusion of the new craftables going to change the majority of your builds? I have no idea. They're not active and we can't test them, so I don't even know what they are meant to accomplish. But as it stands right now, a lot, not a lot, maybe some amount, who knows? Do we actually have any confirmation of when and if they are being added to the game? What else does smite do? Smite. It do Uber. Fanaticism. Zeal. Zeal. What? So I figured you are though taking them into consideration. We didn't know they entail. I don't know much what new crafts we'll have. So there are two things. We can craft on Sunder Charms, which are adding 4 stats to them. And then there are not currently active crafting recipes now in the game files that we don't know how and when they're supposed to be implemented or really what they're supposed to do. Oh. Okay, so this is helmet. Place belt with that's sash. Upgraded to demon hide. Zeal. Fanaticism. Holy shield. Charge. Sacrifice. Okay. Final stretch, baby. Everyone's today I'm seeing Bloodmore without a Den of Evil. First game I made for Nightmare Offline. I had this in normal too, but it showed up for the second game, so probably will for Nightmare as well. It is physically impossible for there to not be a Den of Evil in your Bloodmore. So it's in there. And it has to also be connected to the road. The road at some point must have a split in it, and one of them must go to the Den of Evil. There's PvP in D2? Yes. I would love to see a video of you traveling the entire length of the road. Because if this is a thing, this is an incredibly important bug that needs to be reported to the devs. Is a cow with no legs ground beef? No. So beef is a product that we get when we harvest the body of a cow. Just like a tree isn't made out of wood, a tree is made out of tree. We process it into wood. Think about it. What's going on, Miles? How you doing? I love your beautiful mind. Prove me wrong. Think about it. Think about it. Ice is a rock and water is lava. Think about it. Air is actually a fluid. That one's just real. Bro thinks a tree isn't made of wood. Bro knows a tree isn't made of wood. Which part of the tree is the wood? Think about it. I can hear you all not thinking about it. That's the problem with America. Am I enjoying D2R? I'm having a great time. Theory crafting is my favorite part of ARPGs. Water isn't wet debate? Well, that was never really a debate though, because water isn't wet. You know what I mean? Hey, thanks, Zach. I'm glad you do. Das pretty cool. Enchant. Attack. Energy shield. You can teleport, but static. Static. Actually, the real static. Don't tell me. Again for many years making content. Yeah, my pleasure. If I was going to start Barb or Amazon, which one would you start? Barbarian. I don't like starting on Amazon. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, you know what? Hold on. That's okay. Who cares that my fire res is low? I don't care. I don't care. Who cares that my fire res is low? Don't care. I don't care. Who cares that my fire res is low? Okay. Okay. All right. What the fuck was I doing? What was I doing? You know, at some point in my life, I've got to be able to answer the question, what am I doing? Enchant. Engage. Enchant Sorceress. Wingardium Leviosa. I remember Harry Potter. And it was cool being a kid. Let's add some options to our items. Thank you very much for the follow. One moment. Syl. Thank you. I miss Harry Potter. Yeah, someone. Me too. Someone who hasn't played D2 since somewhere around the year 2000, Warlock leveling guide has been supreme. Hell yeah, brother. Happy to hear that, man. That's awesome. Too bad that bitch is disgusting. Right. Too bad she's just fucking absolutely horrid, awful person. Ain't no goods. Thank you for the follow. How you doing, Iron Valor? You're still around? Add the helmets. Add slang. Slanging on them. Can we call it the slang? Are we all down to call it slang? I'm calling it slang. And if you don't, then you're against Wu-Tang Clan. That's how I feel. I feel that. That's how I feel. Slang. Slanging on him. That's where I'm at with my walk with Jesus. Ah. Sorry, I just freaked out a little bit there for a hot second. Have you been running into issues equipping your followers I'm missing? Equipping your followers? Like the mercenary? Can't even start Diablo 2 anymore, it just freezes before it starts. Did you add a modified character file to your save folder? Am I familiar with Caleb Heron? Heron? Of course I am. And but of course I am. Well, are we referring to the Merc? What is your weapon you're using for Doom? I'm using a Thunder Maul. Sometimes my age shows. Has multi-shot boson been updated? It has. As you can see, it now has the new jewel in the armor, and it has the new grand charm. But what about Caleb? Who, might I say, is a homo. Oh, and for all the people who are new here, I am queer. I'm not being hateful. You can tell because I have a jaunty cap on my head. What was that? You asked me, do I know about Caleb? I said yes. You called me old, and now we're here. So, I don't... Were you just curious if I knew who this large gay comedian was? Oh, I have to update. Well, bang a bang, because it's all fun and games till somebody get hurt. Put them in the dirt, or you better catch me first. Put them in the dirt, or you better catch me first. Said you finna get hurt. Put them in the dirt, or you better catch me first. Talk about Harry Potter. I thought of his the doll who lived bit. The doll who lived. Oh. Oh. Which bit is the one where somebody else said the pun first and he got very clearly mad? Oh, I need to stand up. You're a doll, Harry. I actually don't know that bit. I did 20 push-ups. I did my lap. You want ads? Okay. All right. A home stretch. We'll run some ads. I'll take a lap. Thank you. Boy, you better catch me first. We're almost done. Alright. The boy is back. I've stood up for a bit. And now, we finish this. Dun 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 dun. Wow. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Wow. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Wow. Dun 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 dun. Don't wanna. Don't ever leave for that long. I got you, bub. I got you, bub. Meteor, fireball, teleport, static. What up, Krupp? What up, gangsta? We don't play that. We don't play that. We don't play that G-Unit. We don't play around. Firewall. Blaze. Teleport. Static. Oh, this gets energy shield? Hell yeah, brother. Energy shield. Energy shield. Engage. Wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Checking out Echoing Strike. Very nice. It's good. Das ist gut. Das ist gut. Frost. Nova. Static. Teleport. How do you do it? Frost. No. Frost. Nova. Zul. Jin. You know what I mean? You wanted to start class Amazon, which one is the best to play? There's no such thing as best to play in Diablo 2. It's what you would like to play. The easiest one for you to level on would be the leveling guide, which ends up being Lightning Fury Amazon. And I can recommend Lightning Fury because Lightning Fury is a very strong build. But there isn't a thing called best build in Diablo 2, not even per class, really. Because that's not exactly how the game of Diablo 2 works. The game of Diablo 2 is about farming in niche strategies that depend on what that build is good at doing. And then inside of that niche strategy, while looking for the same types of items, you can compare builds, but outside of that exact extreme context, they're not really comparable to one another. One of the issues with the Amazon is that you will have very low mobility. He's bad at teleporting, and running around is generally fairly slow. But she is a very good class that can farm areas that you can run to very efficiently. Okay. I am losing it. So we have a fully functional frozen orb and a decent meteor. So this one is gonna do this. This one is frozen orb, meteor, static, teleport. Frozen orb. I wrote frozen orb. Aw. Aw. Aw, I wrote frozen. That's Fathom. Wow, 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 wow. Now, I ask this, I ask, well, no, it's easy. Is that Bulls on Parade? Was Diablo the series your favorite video games? No. My favorite video game ever is EverQuest. But Diablo, I mean, I've been playing Diablo since Diablo 1 was out, and my friend had a burnt copy of it that I would play when he wasn't logged in. But like, when I was a kid, it was Diablo, Diablo 2, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, EverQuest, WoW. And just kind of rotating through those. That's Bulls on Parade? Well, today we learn. Everybody learned something today. Wow. Wow, wow. Do I still play EverQuest? I do. So I jump back into EverQuest like once a year, but I play on Project 99. So I play on an Eternal server that's fan hosted. I have like a level 36 Dark Elf Necromancer who's somewhere. Where did I leave them? They are somewhere, I think I left them some out in Western Karana. I think I was farming evil guards. I mean, technically you can make void, right? Like, there's no reason why you couldn't. It's 240. Technically you could. Got an extra Zod lying around. Wow, 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 wow. Frozen orb. Orb. Done. Back then when you could just copy and paste the audio file from Diablo CD and let you run without it. Yeah. Not sure if you've been asked, am I going to be the Warlock class lead? I am. Oh yeah, dude. That's gonna be a good one for me. Hydra, Sorceress. Oh, baby, I love your way every day. Oh, I wanna thank you night and day. Oh, baby, I love your way. Is Hydra, Fireball, Energy Shield, Teleport. Let's go, baby. Are you playing EverQuest, Spear? I run it, you know, actually, holy shit, a while ago. Now this is now like 2 years ago or something like that. This is not a flex. This is one of like the most memorable moments of my life, to be honest with you. Like this really just like really meant a lot to me. I was I was playing, like I just leveled up a Dark Elf. I'd just gone out of Nectalos Forest. I was into the Eastern Common Lands. And I was looking to sell some Death Fist sashes to make some money. And I also had like a high quality bear pelt. So I was, you know, posting to trade chat. And I got a message, because I named myself MacroBioBoi. I got a message, I was like, hey, this is a weird question. Are you a Diablo 2 speedrunner? And I was like, oh, yeah, yes, that is me. I was like, oh, man, that's cool. I like your guides, man. Hey, let me know if you need any help. Like, I got like 1,000 characters. I was like, oh, I appreciate that, man. No, thank you. Unless you have like a tune you're trying to level, I would love to group up for, you know, like Camp 1 or 2. And then we just we grouped up for a bit. They had like a level like 13 or 14, like super twinked. I think it was like a super twinked Allie, I think. We just kind of grouped up for like an hour or two. It was just very cool. It was just wild on a private server for EverQuest, a game I played when I was 11. Somebody just being like, do you do Diablo on the internet? Like, I do Diablo on the internet. They're like, oh, that's cool. I've seen your Diablo on the internet, and I like it. Diablo on EQ live servers, but you need to multi-box and use a merc to level. Because you just have to be able to solo camps. It was so wholesome. I like it really. I was like, I've never been recognized in public ever. Like, why would I, right? Like, I'm a middling tiered YouTuber. Getting recognized in a game I've been playing my whole life was very, very, very cool. I was like, oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it, guys. Guys, I'm doing it. Make you feel like the only content creator in the world at BlizzCon. Thank you. Just remember, while they're not my bosses, my very real, very important... Nah, just fucking go crazy. What am I even saying? What is this lunacy? Do you cast Charge Bolt on this setup? Ugly, crying, hyperventilating. I'm excited. I am really excited for BlizzCon. I also have just friends who are coming. They're like, oh, we'll come. We'll just do that too. We'll just go on vacation and do that. That's what we'll do. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, man. When is BlizzCon? September. Right? September? I hope it's September. September 12th and the 13th. Nova. Static. Teleport. Energy shield. Is that energy shield, right? Yep, of course it is. Lord on Gambit. Thank you, friend, for the follow. Welcome in. This is what I talk like normally. I was doing a weird flutter voice before, but now I'm here What am I even looking at? What does a bear do? Chest. Where bear? Fire enchant. Fire mastery. Lightning mastery. What up, Crimson? Bears do a lot. I've never seen it. That's right. I'm anti... You know what? I'm bigoted against bears. I said it. I said it, and I'm not afraid. Now, hold the phone here. We doing... Have I heard of Lithuanian man band? I have not. Sounded like Ben Stiller and Dodgeball. Come on, Michelle. Well, hold on. Are we doing fire or are we doing lightning here? Michelle. Michelle. I don't know what this wants to do. You know what? Ignore this. I will let Teo... Hello? What? Hello? I will let Teo attempt to figure out whatever the fuck that build is supposed to do. Whatever that thing thinks it's doing. That's for that. Michelle. This one's also dual tree. Michelle. Whoa. Oh, we're all doing a lot over here. Don't look at these. Michelle. Put him in the dark. Oh, you better catch me first. I don't really want this here. This is sending me. Does often a game until somebody get hurt. Okay, Abyss has it. This has been updated. What about this boy? This boy. The boy who lived. The boy who lived. The boy, the boy, the boy. The boy who lived. The boy who lived. I'm playing with the boy who lived. The boy who lived. What are we doing here? That's can't Goldilocks thinking just because she's blonde hair, blue eyed, she could break in and vandalize any bear's house. Yes. I stand on that. You just bought D2R. I've been using your Warlock Living Guide and loving it. I'm level 42. What's the best endgame build strongest once I'm ready? That would be Echoing Strike for the Warlock. It's pinned right above you if you want to check that out. Bang bang, 'cause it's all fun and games until somebody get hurt. Or you better catch me first. So keep that thing right up under my shirt. Because it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. Bang and bangs, it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. Hurt. First. Still keep that thing right up under my shirt. So it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. Okay. Ski mash on duck tipping kids. All right, let me Did I update the Fire Sorc guide? There are a lot of Fire Sorceress guides. Can you be... Oh, for Enchantress? Yes. Did I? Yes. I did. The new Horizon set 2-piece. Which 2-piece? The gloves? I assume it's gloves and belt? Or I don't know what other piece it would be. What's the combo we're discussing? And the boots. These are pretty cool. You wouldn't want to use Kuko Shikaku, though. You lose out on Pierce chance, like a pretty significant amount. Yeah, I'm saying with Razortail. You go from 83 to 99, like 16% additional Pierce chance. Demon Machine is great in Captivate for sure. Yeah. The thing here... I also run 2 copies. I'm never going to make a build guide that requires somebody to dual box. That just like can't be a thing that a guide is based around. Let's take a look. Different boots are fine. You lose out on FCR. 33. We could be at 53, 63, 93. What up, Blood? How we doing? We also use High Lords. Why? You just ate so much food? Ooh. And Fortitude? Numba, you had me? Now you're losing me a lot. Why do you use Fortitude? And why High Lords? So the difference in the attack speed is a maximum of a 10% increase in damage as a start. The loss of Pierce is like Pierce chance is a multiplier per target hit. Well, its total multiplier is number of targets hit. Piercing once lets you hit a target and then hit that target and another target. Hello. Hi. I love you. What's going on with the jacket? Yeah, it's up. Got up jacket. Hey, I will be right back. My girlfriend just got home. I've returned. I needed little pretzels. You mentioned that Crushing Blow does not work. But it suggests consume Goatman, which gives Crushing Blow. And what else does Goatman grant? I don't know. So, very cool part about the Goatman is that the bonus from Goatman is plus 105% enhanced damage. And also a small amount of Crushing Blow. Deku. That was actually not in response to you. That was in response to a Twitch comment you can see up here. I'm sorry you ate your Hephaestus, though. Yeah, no problem, Dole. We were talking about this. I think the loss of Pierce is just like too much. So I don't see the benefit of Kuko. You also lose a huge amount of attack rating. So I'm not sold on Kuko. It, like, Also, isn't it a lower level explosive arrow? Hmm. Oh, no, it's actually one higher. There's a slight benefit there. I'm a silly Billy, not sure where to find a starter poleaxe for echoing strikes. It needs to be level 40 if I'm reading the table correctly, so Nightmare Cows. Nightmare Cows is good. You'd love to get an ethereal base. Just make sure it's not one of the ones that can roll 5 sockets. And if it's one of the ones that can only roll up to 4, you can use the cube recipe because you have a 50% chance of hitting that. Mm-hmm. Flat fire is nice. You lose out on FCR. It is a good amount of flat fire damage. Hmm. $37? Well, you want to swap on... You definitely want to cast on swap, but I do the 105 breakpoint on swap. What about the new Opal Vein? Opal Vein is very low value on enchant because we have Fire Mastery. It's not like a new 5% increase in damage. It adds into your total amount of plus fire damage, which from Fire Mastery is hundreds. So it'd be like 0.1% increase in damage. Actually, it would end up being a net loss in damage because you lose out on skill ranks. Sorry, I'm just updating the Echoing Strikes build. Okay. Updated Echoing Strike. Okay. You're a warlock first and foremost. I mean, there's enough of me to go around for both, I like to think. In your Echoing Strike, how do you prevent Eth Doom from breaking? It doesn't use durability. Would show the gear on that build when you finish it. It has been showing the character gear picture like normally for me. That is in... So that's an issue with one of your extensions. Somebody else was reporting that earlier, Wolfgang. Any idea if Nightmare Cow is a good spot to farm the new Warlock set? It's an elite set, so it drops in hell. You can use our drop calculator on Maxroll. But I actually think, yeah, we've been going for about like 8 hours or so. I think I'm gonna have to cut stream because I have to coordinate with my team and get this info over to them so we can get this work started. Did they give you any of this data? This data? This isn't data from them. This is me making a worksheet to be able to assign updates out to the various people who work for Maxroll. Can you mention the issue in the planner? I already have. Yeah. I already told them that I would like to be able to do that. But you can drag and drop. You can remove items from the planner. It's not broken? Here's a thing. You drag it down, it's gone. You have to click to drag it? Yes. How else would you drag it? Right, so this is the tool. These are side panels where ads would be if I didn't have. Yeah, the tool is now actually centered within the parameters of the tool window. Oh. Here we go. But yeah, you can feel free to join into the blue Discord and submit any like issues there. I am not the gopher for this tool. This tool is from a independent developer. To their credit, HOTS, we did lose like a bunch of functionality, but I've already reported it. You just killed Bale? Oh yeah, brother. But yeah. All right. I'm going to raid y'all over to somebody because I got some work I got to get done. Secret work. We haven't raided Riker in a little bit. I hang out with my boy. My beautiful boy. Alright, y'all. That's gonna be it for me. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun krap, savadi, gute Nacht, aspenjana. Cheers. Treat yourself well. Fuck the government. Care about your community. Help people in need. Be kind. Be generous. Be patient. Try to listen a little bit more than we yell. And, yeah. Fuck the Broligarchy. Fuck ICE. I love y'all very much. And I will see you all again tomorrow, because we have to test some more endgame builds, boys. Thank you.